Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks again for being here early in the morning. We're just going to jump right in today and pick up where we left off yesterday.
Hey,
Uh,
Alex,
yep.
do you mind if I just mention one thing real quick before we get started?
Please go
Just
ahead.
kind of a little housekeeping, a couple of housekeeping things. Um, First of all, there will be an opportunity for public comment later today, and when we do that, everybody on the is going to have to get off of this live stream. Um, Pat should have sent out that link back out to everybody. So watch for your email and you'll have that link and you can get back in for the public to work on that this afternoon at about 3:30. Um, the real point that I want to make, or clarification I want to make, is we wound up, although we didn't have very many people watching us, I want to make it clear that we had an operator error that was self-induced last evening at about 4:40 yesterday afternoon. And when we did that, we lost the feed. And I just want to make it clear to everybody that at that point, we stopped any deliberations. Although the team was able to get back together again, we did not go any further. And we chose to come back this morning and pick up where we left off. And Alex, you were probably going to cover all that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you saying all that. So with all that said, I do want to jump right in and wrap up where we left off yesterday. So we have plenty of time for the other goals we have in mind for today. Sarah, if you've got it, we can pull up the document we were working on and try to wrap it up. So just to kind of refresh all of us and all of our YouTube fans out there, this is the problem statement that we developed yesterday. And what I'm hoping is in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we can get this to a place where everyone's willing to sign off on it. So take another look, see if anything is missing, see if it captures the input of this group accurately and completely. And let's keep wordsmithing here and getting this just the way we would like to see it. Benny, go ahead.
What would you think about changing on sentence 6? The word conflicting, including conflicting user groups, change conflicting to diverse.
I hear no disagreements.
I may be wrong about this, but I think when we got cut off yesterday, we were zooming in on the final sentence and making sure that that was worded in accordance with the charge. So I don't know if folks want to take a second look there.
Looking at that last sentence, after sustain and reevaluate in 6 years, we possibly could say an acceptable population goal to sustain that will be reevaluated in 6 years.
Grover, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Well, I was just curious about this parking lot, the unused tags and that, I mean, is that gonna, it's up to the commission to figure that out. That's the hybrid season. So, I don't know whether you need that in there or not.
I think that's right. And someone from FWP might be able to weigh in on whether that is within the scope here or not, or within the charge. But if not, we'll leave it in the parking lot and make sure that feedback is given to FWP if it doesn't make it in the problem statement.
Okay, that's fine.
Alex, did you want one of us to weigh in or
Yeah,
wait?
that would be great, Neil. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like it's very much a statement on season structure, which is what the commission is charged with handling. Trying to develop a season structure that works to make sure that we meet population objectives.
Yeah, just to clarify, the things that we end up putting in the parking lot aren't part of the problem statement here. They're just something that we'll make sure we have a record of so that it's something we can give to FWP at the end for things that are outside of our charge and or other ideas that aren't really quite relevant that we want to provide and make sure that FWP receives.
Is there anything that folks feel is missing from this statement? Try to put your mind in mindset, 6 months from now, if you were to read this without being fresh on all these conversations, see if you can read it with that mindset and look for anything that you might want to make sure is in there.
I'm still just reading over our objections here on the filibustering thing. I think we just need to decide if we can all agree on it.
So, sorry, Terry, can you elaborate just a little bit about that?
Well, I think, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a biologist, and I think that, I struggle with putting the actual number down that they came up with, but we're kind of charged with having to trust what they say. So by going with this high number, I mean, that's what we're saying it is, and I would beg to differ, but I have no way to prove it. So there we go. I'm on board.
How about if we change the top part, our line population estimate is, and possibly put FWP's estimate? That help, Terry?
That does help. Yeah.
I sort of like the number because it seemed like it was something to grasp to. Nothing we came up with, but a starting point.
Which is fine with me.
I agree.
I threw it out there. You said, I don't want to filibuster. So I'm just one guy.
No, I understand what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, it's great to have that. And I don't think you're in danger of filibustering, Terry. So appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah.
And I guess I say that because I did pull 7 guys in North Lincoln County where I live that are hunting pretty hard, and they're not finding the tracks in the best snow conditions we've seen in years. That could be of various different reasons. Over the 40 years of doing this, I know it's up and down, but it just seems interesting to me. It kind of surprises me. How's that?
Terry, I'm just.
I don't see anything wrong with the way it's wrote down myself. I mean, it looks good to me.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I think it accurately conveys the charge.
Well, let's do a quick straw poll. Does anyone object or want more time to look at this before we sign off on it?
It's going to be carried into the record. I still don't think the parking lot comments are concerning the charge that we were given, but or carry the sentiment of all that, but it's just my opinion.
So this may or may not answer your question, but the parking lot comment won't be part of the official statement. That'll just be something that we share with FWP. So that won't be in there. Is that what you're thinking about, Casey, or
I just think it's just clearly inside the realm of the charge given to us. Is to not even, we aren't anything season structure. It's not official.
Yeah, that won't appear in the official statement.
I agree with you, Casey.
I would love to have that conversation, but I just think it's not today.
Yeah, that's what the parking lot's for. Flag those future conversations. Yeah.
I guess I move to pass the problem statement. Is there any seconds?
I'll second that.
All right. Any objections? I'm not sure I know how this Robert's Rules of Order work, but just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with it.
Hey, just a question, Alex,
Go ahead.
before we move on.
Yeah.
Is there an opportunity we could have you or Sarah maybe clean this up a little bit grammatically? I mean, how public is this statement? And do we have some leeway there? We could ask you to do that for us.
You know, that's a good question. I mean, I would say if we do that, I would want to keep it extremely light, like a comma here or there, because this group has put a lot of effort over the last day and a quarter in wordsmithing. So Neil or Justin might be able to weigh in on how public it is. I do know that we'll have another chance. You know, we can revisit this later today. We can revisit this at the meeting in March. So it's not yet etched in stone, but Neil or Justin, how public is this version going to be?
this will be given to whoever wants it. And like Sarah mentioned at the end, or towards the end of the day yesterday, that we will put something in writing to summarize what you all have come up with, and this will be there too. So it will be distributed, and I'm not arguing one way or another whether Sarah and Alex should edit it, but whatever the end product is will definitely be public and distributed.
Okay, I guess I would suggest maybe to the committee, I mean, as long as all of our primary themes, challenges, and considerations are represented and none of that changes, I'd be more than supportive of letting you guys edit just to make it, maybe flow a little better.
How about maybe this? If we have a little time later today, we can look at it a little bit and then do the track changes and make sure we don't want to change what you're saying by changing words, right? Like accidentally replacing meanings. So we would definitely need to check with all of you on any proposed changes, but we won't make any changes without checking. And we will revisit this at the end of today or sometime at this point later today or next meeting with any proposed grammatical changes. Does that sound like a way forward?
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
All right, one more call for objections, and then I say we can table this for now and move to the next phase. But take one more moment if anyone wants to take a final look here or keep us on topic here for another minute. Okay, well, if something dawns on you later today, please give a shout and we'll pull this back up. But for now, let's move on to the next step of our day today. And that is going to be talking about objectives. So Sarah will go into this, but our acronym PROACT, the P was for problem statement. That's what we did yesterday. Today, we're going to focus on objectives. So Sarah, I'll let you take it away and give us a little refresher course on what we're talking about today.
Yeah, great, thanks. So we're now, as Alex just said, on the second step of this process. And again, we can always go back to the problem statement if we need to at any time, if we realize we've forgotten something important. So just to remind you here, objectives are where we get to discuss what we really care about. So we should keep this question in mind. If we solved this problem perfectly, what would we accomplish? In other words, remember to think about what does success look like and make sure that we come up with some really solid objectives here so that this will help us create and compare alternatives. So we build alternatives trying to achieve our different objectives, and then we compare how well each alternative meets our objectives. So this is why this step is so critical. We use this to also decide how we are going to analyze a decision. So the objectives clarify for us what goes into the decision analysis, and it also helps us explain our decision to others. Also, that then said, objectives needs to be unambiguous so that everyone can clearly understand what we're talking about. So steps for creating good objectives. First, we articulate our concerns and wishes, convert concerns to objectives, and I'll show you what that looks like in a moment. Then try to distinguish between fundamental and means objectives. I'll also show you that. And then we review and make sure that we have a complete set of objectives that really help us fully clarify what we're trying to achieve. Okay, so converting concerns into objectives. If we had, for example, a concern that livestock brucellosis cases are a logistical and financial burden on livestock producers, that's a concern. A potential objective there would be to minimize brucellosis transmission risk from elk to livestock. Or, for example, hunters are adamantly opposed. I'm getting a little feedback. Is there anyone else that has a mic on or?
Your mic is on. Go ahead and mute for a moment.
Just trying to avoid the whole thing. Yeah. All All right. So an example of hunters are adamantly opposed to test and slaughter of elk and other heavy-handed approaches to brucellosis risk management. Then the potential objective would be to maximize acceptability of this risk management actions to sports persons. Or FWP doesn't have enough money for this, well, minimize costs would be the objective there. So hopefully that helps you kind of think about, if you start out by stating these concerns that you might have for this problem, then we can turn those into objectives of what we're trying to achieve. So we talked a little bit about this yesterday. There's two kinds of objectives that we'll probably think about here. The first is fundamental. This is where we really want to go. So the bottom line and what we really care about, versus means objectives, how we get there. So different methods or actions we could use. And remember, we want to really focus in on those fundamental objectives. So examples here, if we had a fundamental objective of minimize cost, one means objective, a way to get there is awarding elk hazing contracts to the cheapest contractors. Or if we want to maximize the available area of free public hunting access as our fundamental objective, then one way to get there would be to enroll more landowners in the block management program. So hopefully that helps you kind of see what means versus fundamental objectives look like. And what I think is really helpful here is to keep asking yourself and other people, why do you care about this particular thing that we're talking about? And that will help you get to the full fundamental objective underlying these different ideas, because when the answer becomes just because that is really what is important, then you have arrived at a fundamental objective. So that's all I have for now. Questions on that? We'll take a little bit of practice and we'll be, Alex is going to walk you through this in a minute, but we're going to go through the same kind of steps here of individual group work and all that to try this out and kind of figure out how to come up with good fundamental objectives.
Exactly. Yeah. So thanks so much, Sarah, for that primer. Does anyone have questions before we jump into trying to do this? Super. Well, we're going to follow the same format today as we did yesterday, starting with giving you guys some time to think individually, talking about it, moving into smaller groups, and then a bigger group discussion. So just like yesterday, this first individual time is about brainstorming, about trying to understand what an objective is, and making sure we've all got a good shared understanding of that. So it doesn't need to be perfect. You're not signing your name to it. You can definitely change it, but I would like to ask everyone to take about 10 minutes and just give it a shot based on the problem statement that we just finished writing. Come up with some objectives, or even if you want to start with your concerns, articulating those, we can work to move those toward objectives throughout the day. But just take a couple minutes, and we'll have Sarah put the slide back up on the screen that can help guide you in thinking about this, and give it a shot, and then we'll come back together and talk about it. So folks, take about 2 more minutes for this round. We'll come back together and we'll then give you another chance to go back and think about this a little more. So again, it doesn't have to be perfect yet or ever, but definitely not yet. All right, folks, well, let's check in now after a quick 10 minutes. Just like yesterday, I'm going to ask everyone to share what they've got. And I need a volunteer who's brave enough to share what they've got first.
I guess I can be the volunteer.
All right, Jason, thanks. Go ahead.
So my concerns that I wrote down were maintain an acceptable lion population for ungulate hunters, landowners, houndsmen, outfitters, etc. And another one was improve ungulate numbers in ecoregion number 1.
Terrific. Thank you, Jason.
I didn't write any, that's as far as I got. I didn't go with the objective.
That's great. Yeah, we're just getting started. So whatever you've got now is great. I'm going to go to Timothy, who has his hand up.
Yes, mine aligns much to what Jason had, just organized a little bit different. But my concern is the population size. What is the right size of the population? And the objective would be right sizing the lion population. Right sizing the lion population would balance the needs of the ungulate population, the needs of the houndsman as a sportsman conservationist, the needs of the ungulate hunters as a sportsman conservationist, and then answering the question, is the current population too large for the carrying capacity? Is it too small for the carrying capacity? Are the sheep and ungulate populations struggling? So those are the objectives, are to balance the population, or the concerns balance population. The objective is to balance all those.
Great. Thanks for thinking through that. Benny, your hand is up.
I left mine pretty basic, and it is as follows. Achieve a sustainable lion harvest that allows for acceptable population density, age structure, male-female ratio, recruitment, and ungulate populations at or slightly below carrying capacity.
Thank you, Benny. I'm hearing a lot of consistency here, which is a good place to start. So Josh Baltz.
So I came up with kind of a broader objective and then a couple maybe a little more specific. But the first one I came up, the objective was achieve the most acceptable lion population for the majority of stakeholders. And then a couple I came up with, or maybe a little more specific, would be the objective would be to preserve quality lion hunting while minimizing negative impacts to ungulate populations. Another one I came up with was the objective was effectively address varying population densities across the ecoregion. And then the last one that I think is really important that we address, and I didn't figure out how to articulate it the way I wanted, but an objective that talks to the long-term adaptive management, so that we're thinking and strategizing and looking at the out years, because as we identified yesterday, we know some of our challenges are going to be changing landscape, changing habitat conditions, changing political pressures, socioeconomic influences and pressure. So we know things are going to change in the future. So how do we develop an objective and get to a point where we can effectively manage the population long term? So I feel like we need an objective for that. I need another half hour to come up with it.
Well, don't worry, we've got time. Yeah. All right, thanks, Josh. Who'd like to go next? I have to call on someone. All right, Wally, you're next on my screen. Can you share what you've got? And if it's not finished yet?
I'm pretty much what everybody else has said. The only thing that I've got here is an objective is what we've been tasked with to establish what we feel the current population is, whether it's high, low, needs to be stay where it is, make the recommendation what the quota should be to FWP. But everything else I had on the same lines. We're here because we want to protect the ungulate population, have the activity for the sportsmen to hunt lions and chase lions. So that's really where I'm at.
Thanks, Wally. Sorry to pick on you.
No, pick on me anytime.
Another volunteer, or should I call someone?
I'll go.
All right, Cody, go ahead.
Low ungulate levels, lower predator numbers, work on habitat loss, improve private land access. Different opinions with many user groups, make compromises that all user groups are satisfied with. Bighorn, sheep, and mule deer population declining. And the reason is not like obviously pneumonia, but it's actual predator loss. Then make those areas within boundaries of declining population more liberal predator areas to give relief to said struggling population. And then when dealing with prey-predator relationship, we should always have a predator population should follow the prey population, not prey population following the predator population.
Terrific. Thanks, Cody. All right, Grover, you're up.
Okay, well, the bottom line for the committee is to decide whether we're going to increase, decrease, or leave the population the same. So we've got to take into account that the deer and the elk populations, whether they're increasing, decreasing, and where the numbers are. A big part of that is what other predators are in the area. And as far as the sheep and the mule deer go, it should be handled by the LMUs in that particular area rather than the ecoregion, because it doesn't, the ecoregion covers too large an area. And then you need to look at the age structure of the mountain lions to determine, you know, whether the populations are going up, down, or the same. So that's what I come up with.
Thank you, Grover. We've got a few more folks left, I think. All right, Casey.
Yeah, I can go ahead at just same lines. Speaking to the charge given, our objective is to make a decision whether to increase, decrease, or maintain our lion population. Maintain maintain a stable lion population for hunting opportunity, and maintain the predator population to avoid excessive ungulate depredation.
Thank you, Casey. One or two folks left, I think. If you haven't gone, now's your chance.
I came up with basically the same thing that Josh Baltz had.
Josh's think alike. Good. Thank you. Jerry, have we heard from you yet?
No. It's pretty much the same as everybody else. Maintain and establish and healthy balanced populations of lions and other wildlife sharing landscape and making sure that it's sustained year after year.
Thank you. Am I missing anyone? I think that's got all of us. Well, thank you guys. That's a great start. Clearly, we've got a lot of consistency in terms of our objectives. I want Sarah to weigh in on this too, but I'll give you guys some more time to go back now that you've heard what the full group has had to say, continue thinking about your objectives. I think kind of just like the problem statement, there's a good challenge here to start at the fundamental level before you start thinking about action. So if your objectives were more action oriented, challenge yourself to take a step back, go back to that fundamental question. But Sarah, do you have any thoughts on guidance for revising these the next round?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really good start that y'all have here. And you can keep thinking, like Alex just said, about, the action-oriented objectives, those means objectives versus the things we really care about, the bottom line. And so when you can't answer it to why do you care about this, anything other than it's the basic bottom line of what we care about, then you have arrived at your fundamental objective, right? So keep both those kinds of objectives as written down as you're going through this, but we want to only in the end here be really putting a list together of the fundamental objectives, and we can save those more means to an end ideas for the next step.
Fantastic. All right, we'll take another 10 minutes or so, or longer if you want. Someone said they'll need 30 more minutes to get theirs down, and we've got the time for that. So take a little more time, and then we're going to go into the same breakout rooms we had yesterday and try to come up with a list with your group that your group can all agree upon. So give you a few more minutes to work on your own first.
I've got a question, Alex.
Go ahead.
Talking about the means, isn't that way outside the wheelhouse of what we're discussing of our task objective for this committee?
I think it can be easy the lines can blur easily, I guess. So I think if that's where you're at now, I still think it's valuable to think through that and get your concerns and objectives, whatever they look like, down now. And we'll work over the course of the next couple hours to try to get toward that fundamental objective. So yeah, see if you can challenge yourself to think about fundamental instead of means. But we'll get there as a group, I think, by the end.
I'll just say I'm trying to get these slides so you can see all of them at once, and that might not be actually legible based on the size of your screen. So let me know if you need me to zoom in on any one of these slides.
Looks like some folks are done and some folks are still working. So let's give it about 5 more minutes and then we'll come back as a group. Josh, I see your hand. You have a question?
Yeah, this might be a question for Neil or Brian, but before I go too far down a road, I want to make sure I'm staying in my lane. Does this committee have the latitude to make LMU specific recommendations, or is our recommendation going to be only for the entire ecoregion?
I'll take a crack at that. What the committee's charge was to provide some. So if there's an emphasis for a particular LMU, one that comes to mind might deal with some if human conflict is an issue around a particular municipality, that might be an emphasis that might be considered as part of the committee's charge, or if if ungulated populations in a certain area or age structure in a certain area, all of that, the emphasis could be something that's part of. And very good. I see she's Sarah's put that up. And just some of those exits. So that's part of the committee's charge.
Yeah, if I could add anything too, I think it's also valuable is even if you don't go into an LMU emphasis, but speak more generally about, maybe struggling populations, increasing, decreasing, whatever it is, lion harvest in relation to that. That's also very helpful. But what we're trying to avoid is for the committee to try to have to come up with, a prescription for an LMU in terms of what the harvest should be.
Yeah, that's definitely your guys' job. Maybe a more specific question. So say theoretically, the committee comes up and says, we think we need a 5% reduction region-wide. You guys would potentially modify that per LMU or per hunting district to achieve that. It wouldn't be a 5% decrease in every hunting district, just peanut butter spread across the region.
I think either one of those are open. The reality is that, lion populations, like you said, function at an ecoregion level. But that doesn't mean they can't be differentials in harvest rates to achieve different goals in different areas. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just trying to determine how much input you guys are looking for from the committee on something that specific, because it keeps coming up, the variability across the region. Some areas are perceived to have a higher density than others, or vice versa. And so just wondering how much input you want from us on the LMU specific.
Yeah, I think in the reality, some of the more general type of things, unless, like Brian said, there's some very specific areas where committee members know, especially with like human population encroachments or possible conflicts with lions. There's such a big, broad ecoregion with a lot of different species of ungulates as well as predators in it that I think it might be a pretty good challenge for the committee to pinpoint all those areas. And I think one of the challenges we'll have to face there is, folks might be familiar with their own area. And so there might be a emphasis on your area. And then we'll hear from the public later on that, well, you didn't think about my spot, because somebody from the committee may not be familiar with it. So it's going to be a challenge for sure. When the finer you try to get to the detail of where and how you want to apply this, I think the bigger the challenges are going to be. And so I guess I'd encourage the committee to, wherever you can possible, maybe make that a little bit more general. In terms of recommendation, for instance, I think I heard Cody and others talk about, in areas where there are struggling bighorn sheep populations or those areas where ungulate populations are below some objective, maybe focus lion harvest in those areas to try to improve production. Those kind of general statements I think are very helpful as well. But I also don't want to tell you which way to go. So.
All right. Yeah, thanks. And Sarah, I promise my questions were related to objectives.
Sounds like it. Thanks, Josh. Timothy, you have a question in the chat. Do you want me to read it or do you want to share it?
I was putting it over there mainly just to make sure that whoever needs to answer that has access to it. But yeah, basically we spoke about calf recruitment, and I think that was more on the West Central region. Is there any research that shows an ungulate population drop or concern from FWP's standpoint that we need to address? Or, I don't want to overlook something that is an issue, but I don't want to go chasing something that's not an issue either.
Yeah, and I think that relates back to to Josh's question. We know of pockets, for instance, mule deer populations, but that's pretty much across the ecoregion, as well as all the montane areas of Western United States have seen declines in mule deer populations. So yeah, we don't have any place that specifically addresses, hey, we've got a struggling population here, but not over here type of a deal. It's going to be a big, complex discussion about how to apply this across the ecoregion. So yeah, I can't give you any information that says, yep, focus. We really for sure need to focus on this area. not much help. But it's a pretty complex system out there.
Thank you.
So folks, more questions are welcome if you have them. If you want to share any additional comments or objectives or concerns that you came up with, please do that as well.
I have a question, Alex. I wonder if you tell me if you think it would help or not to describe or provide a picture of what's going to happen with our analyses. Because I think Josh's question and Neil's response just makes me think that it might help for everybody to have a picture of like where we're heading and the work we're going to do in between meetings.
Yeah, Justin, I think that would be great, but I'll leave it to the committee members to, would that be helpful to you guys? Seeing at least one thumbs up, a head nod. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, so if we get a recommendation or at the end of today, you've got objectives that the committee points us in a direction, could be like, okay, we want a stable lion population or up to a 10% increase, or stable lion population up to a 10% decline. And we want you to emphasize, you've been talking about the lion management units that overlap struggling ungulate populations. So then our plan is to take the population model we have, which is built on all the data that we discussed yesterday, all the analyses, and then forecast that. We're going to do some work before your March meeting to say, okay, well, what would it take? What would the harvest need to be at the ecoregional level? If we've got 13, the estimate is 1,300 lions with a confidence interval with something like 700 to 1,700. So there's uncertainty there. We're going to plug that into the model and say, if you want a stable to increasing population, you generally harvest it across the ecoregion is going to need to be this. So some number, like let's just say, I'm making it up now, but we'll get an actual number. Let's say it'd be 300 lions need to be harvested across the whole ecoregion to achieve the trend that you guys are looking for. If you also give us the direction on what needs to be emphasized and which LMUs, so that 300 is the total that needs to be harvested across the ecoregion, which is a big area. That could be applied the same, sort of relative to lion density or lion habitat in each LMU, or it could be applied in specific LMUs where you think there's an issue with ungulate recruitment or whatever you want us to emphasize, if that makes sense. The overall population trend would be the same, but the emphases spatially could be different if that's what you want. I just wanted to clarify that. Does that make sense? Does it help everybody to see where we're heading?
Thanks for that, Justin. And yeah, I'll add that after lunch, we are going to dig into the numbers and the increase, decrease, stay the same question. So that'll be a part of the day as well. So just bear that in mind. I think, there may be a temptation to kind of jump the gun on that too, and skip the important work of laying out the objectives. So we will get to that after lunch. But thank you, Justin. That does, I think, add a lot of important context here as well. Are there other questions or comments or additions after having had a little more time to work on your own? I think I saw Jason talking, but maybe you're on mute. No. All right.
I was just going to tell you, I thought Grover had his hand up, but it was, I'm not a technical genius. Sorry.
No. Certainly can't give you one either.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things I've been thinking about through this whole thing is one of our objectives and everything is, could it be down the road, one of our objectives to educate the public on on lions, period, because people really don't understand them. And there, you know, last night I saw a Facebook real quick thing about it on mule deer, on one of my mule deer Facebook things. And this lion had killed an elk by this guy's deck, and the guy came out and took a picture of it. And there was a whole bunch of comments afterwards about how he left the elk. He didn't even bother eating it and all this stuff, because obviously the lion left because the guy got out and looked at him right by his deck, you know. And so the point is, they're just misunderstood. A lot of times they're misunderstood. I mean, maybe if we educated people a little bit more on lions, there'd be more tolerance. That's just something I want to throw out there.
That was one thing I wrote down too, Terry. I think that's a good point. I think we could improve lion education is one of my concerns.
Great. Thank you guys for raising that. All right. Well, if that kind of covers us as far as questions and additions, I'm going to send us to the breakout rooms, and we'll stay in there until 10. And your goal is before 10 to send Sarah a list of objectives that you guys agree upon as a group, or at least a draft list. You know, the same process as yesterday. You'll have a chance to change it, revise it. We're going to work on it as a group. But see if you can work toward sending something to Sarah by 10, and then we'll take a little break, and we'll come back together and work on it as a group. Does that sound good?
I'll just add, you don't all actually have to agree on the list in terms of you support that objective, right? We just want to make sure that all the different objectives are captured. So one may not actually be important to you, but it's important to someone else, and that should be on that list.
Good. Yeah. So range rather than consensus. Thanks for that clarification, Sarah. All right. I'm going to open the rooms, and you guys are off. All right, everyone. Was anyone unable to send Sarah their group's objectives?
Yeah, I'm still writing, Alex.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, stick around. We can take a break now until 10:15, and then we'll come back together and take a look at what everyone was working on. So we'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Cody, I'll go along with whatever you put in there. Because it's all going to be fine tuned anyway.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, I'll just keep writing, guys, if you guys want to have conversation.
Yeah, one thing that came to mind when we were talking about the public-private interface, and Cody mentioned problem lines. I'm not necessarily even talking about problem lines. I'm just talking about unhunted lines. For the vast majority, I think it's really an exception for it to be a problem lion from the usual definition of a problem predator, like grizzly bears, for example, tearing up cabins and stuff like that. It's not really a problem lion. It's just that it's an unhunted population, basically.
Are you're talking on the private land?
Yeah, or the public-private interface where I would think that lion hunters might avoid the public land because of the problems with their dogs going on to the private.
Well, there's probably a lot of truth to that. The largest lion I've treated in the last 10 years, I treat on private land. My dogs went on private land to treat him down by Whitefish, and place I shouldn't have absolutely been. I went and got the dogs, of course, got a couple nice pictures of the cat, but it was a giant cat. And I know if that cat was anywhere else, he'd be, somebody would have harvested him. This was in March. So he's living there. So.
Now, what I've noticed in the Troy area is a lot of cats down close to town and the outskirts of town. And that's one thing we were just actually talking about was a lot of houndsmen aren't going to be hunting next to town, 5 miles out of town. They're going to be further out. And so those lions will go unhunted, but when they become a problem lion, then the Fish and Game comes in, Fish and Wildlife and Parks comes in, and they euthanize or whatever. They take care of that lion specifically. So that wouldn't be a quota. That'd be a process they already have in place. And that's usually a mountain lion that's going back to the same chicken coop on the outskirts of town, several days in a row.
Hey, Tim, did you say you emailed me those points?
I'm finishing up right now. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll get to you. Sorry.
You can throw them in the chat if that's easier, whatever you want to do.
Everyone getting a lot of snow today?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Josh, I know you stepped away, but you can hear me. I sent that email to you.
Is this snow hitting up that Eureka way?
Yeah, a ton. How about you guys?
Not as bad here. I mean, we got a couple inches, but
I think
it's been
not that much. I mean, it's snowing all the time. We're supposed to get up to 10 inches in the next 12 hours.
yeah, we got a little bit. I found a track this morning that my boys are running right now, and it had snowed a couple inches in it before they got back to it to go run it. So
should be runnable.
They said on the
yeah,
radio.
yeah.
They said on the radio this morning, most of the schools down around Missoula and that area are all closed today for snow, I guess.
Yeah, I think, Josh, they're supposed to get up to 2 feet.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah. They're going to get the blunt of it. We're getting just the edge of it.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Hey, Tim, are you there? Yep, there you go. Hey, Tim, I wanted to let you know I pulled out one of the objectives you sent me with regard to the number assigned, the percentage for the Libby Troy area, just because
That's fine.
I think we just need to talk about that one a little bit more because yeah, just want to talk about that one a little more.
Right. That more aligned to if we're in the eco region, then there's going to be micro regions in the area that have different concerns. And so we do
absolutely.
Maybe where we're at, but it's not for all. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I left those concerns in there so that maybe we end up with an objective that speaks to what you just said with the kind of the eco micro regions or the LMU specifics. So I left that in there.
Okay.
All right, folks. If you're nearby, let's get going again. Well, while we're waiting for the rest of the group to convene here, I can just go ahead and share what's going to happen next. So everyone has sent their objectives to Sarah, and right now she's working on getting those pulled up and put up on the screen. And we're going to take a look at them together, and then I think, you know, if we feel ready, jump into kind of editing them as a group the way that we did yesterday's problem statement. And if we see some things that makes light bulbs turn on in people's heads and they want more group time, let me know and we can do that. But I think with the structure of objectives, we may be in a good position to go ahead and start working on them as a group. So we'll start by looking at them, and whenever Sarah's got those ready for us, we can jump in. Okay, so group one, well, actually, let me just make sure everyone's back. I think we're still waiting for a couple of folks, so we'll give them one more minute. Well, Josh and Casey, if you guys can hear me, there's Josh. Okay, there's Casey. If you can hear me, we're going to go ahead and jump in. So group one, I'll just read them out and we can go through them and then we can talk about them. So group one, control the predator population to avoid excessive ungulate predation. Maintain a stable lion population for lion hunter opportunity. Minimize human-lion conflict. Improve land access for sportsmen and houndsmen. Harvest satisfaction, recreational satisfaction, social satisfaction, parentheses, education. Create money, making opportunities for outfitters. All right, let's check out group two. So group two, we've got a main statement: achieve sustainable lion harvest that allows for acceptable population density, age structure, male-female ratio recruitment, with ungulate populations at or slightly below carrying capacity, individualized to specific LMU conditions. Point one, understanding what levels mountain lions need to be to stabilize or decline populations. Biologists need to give us understanding to what those numbers would look like. Point number two, different opinions with many user groups make compromises that all user groups are satisfied with. Point number three, bighorn sheep, mule deer, and struggling ungulate populations that are declining due to predator numbers. Make areas within boundaries of declining population more liberal predator areas to give relief to said struggling populations. Point four, prey-predator relationship. Predator population should follow prey population, not prey following predator population. Point five, lion population needs an objective target number. When establishing, lost it.
I didn't do it.
There you go. Should be back in any second.
There we go. All right. back to it. Number 5, that ghost is back. Lion population needs an objective target number. When establishing a mountain lion target number for the Northwest ecoregion, we need to consider other predator populations targeting our ungulate populations. All right. Finally, group 3. Objective, achieve an ecologically sustainable and socially acceptable lion population for the majority of stakeholders. Preserve high quality lion hunting opportunity while minimizing negative impacts to ungulate populations. Establish long-term lion population management capable of quickly and effectively adapting to changing conditions such as habitat conditions, accessibility, conflicting user groups, changing political and socioeconomic influences, potential climate change and associated effects, and variable prey species abundance. And a number of LMU specific concerns, such as the Troy area has a lot of lions in the outskirts of the city and farms close to the city. Libby area has concerns about lion effects on struggling elk populations. St. Regis area hunters have seen a drop in ungulate bagging success. Another concern is the current population too small. I think a related objective overall, we are unable to identify any houndsman concerns or FWP concerns on current populations being too small. I think we can rule out a need for a population increase. All right, so let's just open it up for a little bit of discussion, general thoughts or comments on these lists of objectives that we've just gone through. We'll try and pull them up so that they're all visible together, but it may not be totally possible. Tim, go ahead.
I like group 1's last bullet there about creating money opportunities for outfitters, but I think another way to word that I've heard is sustaining that opportunity throughout the season and year after year. Sometimes there's over hunting or mountain lion quotas, bag limits are filled for the district, and that shuts down the outfitters that had other people scheduled to come in.
Other thoughts on that?
I think the wording could be different on that last line too. Like what Tim said.
So
just don't want to come off as the greedy outfitters.
Sure. Yeah, so all right, sorry, Josh, you got a hand up. You go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, that statement makes me feel kind of weird. Nothing against the outfitters, and we want to represent all user groups, but I guess my question is that really under our purview as a committee to create money-making opportunities? Just a question.
I don't think it would go over well.
So let's try to edit that one. I think someone had a suggested revision there that we can try to capture.
I'm gonna stop sharing for just a minute and then put this up so we can see it all on one page.
Yeah, bet.
I think if you did leave that statement, it should have something. It's not just outfitters, it's taxidermists, it's gas stations, it's not just outfitters. I think that would look really bad just to put outfitters. There's a lot of revenue comes into small communities in a tough time of the year in the winter time. That's not like their big tourist season or anything like that. And so I think it's a lot of different businesses.
The small businesses, sustaining small businesses,
yeah,
local economy.
Yeah, sustain local economy with opportunities, harvesting lions, something like that.
Hopefully you can now see everything on one page. I can zoom in if any of this is too small.
One thing we might look at are places where we can kind of combine objectives from the groups that are overlapping and try to narrow this down toward, one list instead of 3 different lists. And that might be a good first step, to look for those places where everyone's on the same page and we can kind of get those duplicative objectives down to 1.
Another option would be to go ahead and start at the top and then kind of through if we're capturing the fundamental objective, and then kind of modify as we go and identify those duplicates as we go as well. Once we identify, like for this first example here. So I would ask you to consider whether you have a fundamental objective here, a means objective, or both. And so in this example, I'll show you, I think that control the predator population is a means to achieve excessive ungulate predation. So to me, this reads that you might have a fundamental objective about something to do with ungulate predation, right?
So thank you, Sarah. That's a great example. So just to kind of think it through, and we'll let the committee make the decision, but would this transform into a fundamental objective if it just said avoid excessive ungulate predation? Or is that still not quite where we want to be?
By the way, FO stands for fundamental objective. If I start modifying this like this, that's what a potential objective could read like this. But again, we're not here to put words in your mouth. So we want to try to understand what your concerns are and what you want to see achieved. And we're just going to help you shape these a little bit where we see the opportunity to do so, if there's room to clarify.
Well, shall we try the second one? How does that look? Maintain a stable lion population for lion hunter opportunity.
So again, here, this might be an example of a means here to an end. Lion hunter opportunity as an example of kind of a combined statement to begin with. Another thing that we often recommend when we're thinking about objectives is, and we haven't talked about this yet, but this would probably be a good time, is to think about when we have a concern, say, about lion hunter opportunity, we might want to maximize lion hunter opportunity. We might want to minimize other things, and that'll help us when we go to the decision analysis step of identifying how well the different possible management actions meet our objectives, whether they're going to do a good job at maximizing this or minimizing that. And that's just kind of a decision analysis consideration here.
Right. And Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a world in which avoiding excessive ungulate predation and maximizing lion hunter opportunity could be somewhat in tension with one another, but that's okay in terms of objectives, because the decision analysis process will help kind of weigh that out. So it's okay if both of those things are in there. Is that right, Sarah?
Perfect. Yes. And that's exactly it. So if you think back to that house example with that table, and we have all these different objectives that you can't usually achieve everything at once, right? That's why this is a tough problem. So by clarifying all the different ideals, the things we'd like to see perfectly achieved with solving this problem, then we can see how well the different possible solutions actually meet those different objectives, and where there are trade-offs. Like if we maximize lion hunter opportunity in some areas, does that help avoid excessive ungulate predation, or does it have some other unintended consequence for a different objective, and so on? And another option here is to head back into small groups again and discuss these amongst yourselves in smaller groups and think about this some more if you're not ready for a full step-by-step group attempt at this.
Well, why don't we do that just for a few minutes? I think this has been really instructive to kind of start going through this, and gives people a sense of, right, avoiding excessive ungulate predation, maximizing lion hunter opportunity. Even though these are at odds, these are great examples of fundamental objectives. Again, not to put words in your mouth, you guys may not want to adopt that language at all. But why don't we spend a few more minutes in the breakout rooms with that in mind, and you can take a look back at the objectives you came up with and see if there are any that you can translate into this more fundamental objective language, and then we can reconvene and step through these again. Does that sound good?
And
Sarah, can you send us the link so we have
Yeah.
a starting point? Thank you.
I am doing that right now. All right. I put this link in the chat. Let me know if you have any issues accessing that.
So let's folks try to click that link, and once everyone's had a chance to do that, we'll go to the breakout rooms. Everyone see it in the chat?
And again, this is a potentially confusing and a tough step again. So this is totally like how this normally goes. And we always need some iteration on this kind of work too, to understand where we're trying to go with this. So you guys are off to a great start. So no one's discouraged. And if you're confused, please, holler at any point in the breakouts or now. We're happy to help clarify if any of what we're saying is overly confusing.
Yeah, stick with it. I will open the breakout rooms now. I'll just stay in this room for a minute if folks have questions. And then yeah, I'll let you guys give it another shot here. Hey, folks, welcome back. Thanks again for your patience and stick-to-itiveness. I know this process can be a little bit foreign and a little bit frustrating, but I think we're really making good progress. So thanks again. So what I think will be the most effective way to do this is to start at the very top. Start at the top with group one and step through the objectives that they've laid out. Get feedback on each of them from the full group. And if by the end of group one, we're all satisfied with this list of objectives and they represent everyone's concerns, then we can stop there. If we need to keep going, we'll move into the next group and kind of keep stepping through it until everyone feels like the full range of concerns of this group is represented. So, so with that, I think we can start at the very top here, and we'll just comment on each one of these. And if you have things you'd like to take off or add, mention it, and we'll just go through it. So starting at the top, group one, objective one, avoid excessive ungulate predation.
Sounds good.
And we'll ask Sarah to be our expert at filtering out, if we've got any means objectives smuggled in, or if these are good fundamental objectives. So how does that one look to you, Sarah? Fundamental objective does.
I think that one sounds good to me. I mean, you could say minimize excessive ungulate population, but either way, I think that the idea is here, and that's a good one to include probably if you all agree that that is capturing your intent.
Are you talking just the first line, right?
Just the first line there. Yeah, we're going to go line by line.
I agree.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I like minimize.
Anyone opposed to minimize? Okay, if something dawns on you, we can come back to it, but let's go to the next one. Maintain lion hunter opportunity.
Sounds great.
If I recall, that used to say maximize, but now it says maintain. So I just want to make sure that that was intentional.
I'm not sure if we're trying to shorten the verbiage on it, but I was thinking sustain a population that maintains lion hunter opportunity. Are we trying to get shorter or?
Well, I'll pass it to Sarah, but my read on that is that might start to combine a means with a fundamental. Why do we want to say sustain the population? The why is in the maintain lion hunter opportunity, but what do you think, Sarah?
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
If there's a different why for sustaining the lion population, then that might be another objective to add. So that's something to think about. But so any objections to this highlighted one, maintain lion hunter opportunity? Okay, well, let's jump to the next. Minimize human-lion conflict.
Can I go back to that
Yep.
lion hunter opportunity?
Yep.
How about if you don't want to make it so specific for hunters, how about maintain lions as a natural part of the ecosystem? Just a thought.
So one thing someone else want to jump in? Go for it.
Go ahead.
I think if nothing else, add that line right below it. Maybe it's something we can discuss later, but well, above that one, but
What was the wording again?
Maintain healthy lion population as a natural part of the ecosystem. So it doesn't specifically target hunters as the only benefactor.
but also that follows Alex's statement of if there's another reason, maybe there's another objective. And we might be able to delete Lion Hunter later, but maybe just discuss it later and definitely capture the natural part of the ecosystem also.
Great. So one thing we haven't talked about yet is, go ahead and have everyone mute. There's not the feedback there. Sorry. One thing that we haven't talked about yet is an idea of an objective that we're going to try to accomplish no matter what we do. And so this one that we just added may well be that kind of objective. We would probably only consider things that maintain lines within the ecosystem. Like we're not going to get rid of them entirely, right? Or harm them in a way, but that would prevent them from being a natural part of the ecosystem. But this is something we can include here for now. And then we might find that no matter what we decide to do or even consider doing, that's something that will be accomplished either way. And then that doesn't have to necessarily be part of this list, but it would be part of a different list, like what we will accomplish no matter what we do with our decision. So that makes sense.
Great, thanks, Sarah. So for now, we'll leave it in, and when we do the analysis, it may get kind of factored out, but we'll just keep it for now. So, okay, so are we ready for the next one? Minimize human-lion conflict. Terry's got a.
I don't like the minimize human-lion conflict. It just sounds like they're attacking humans to me. I'd like to see this minimize lion conflict.
Yeah, that could be with your livestock, with your pets, all the above.
So I can remove the word human, but I would ask if we just had it read minimize lion conflict. Do you think that is clear to anyone who might not necessarily know what you mean by lion conflict? Some people might think that means between lions or something silly like that, but I can add in here like a example or something.
Why don't we just add human, livestock, pet conflict on there so people understand exactly what we're getting at.
Human encroachment on lion or lion encroachment on human. Not sure if that fits in there some way.
I'm thinking about the word encroachment and if that's a different idea than conflict with livestock and pets.
I think pet and livestock, they're all encompassing of the human species, right? I mean, it's a human problem if you have a pet getting killed. It's a conflict with the human that owns that pet, right?
So are you suggesting we put the word human back in there and maybe include this livestock pet phrase to clarify what we mean, or?
Yeah, possibly. I understand Terry's sentiment there as far as it could be misunderstood as you know, human attacks, but it's just all encompassing. It's the conflict with humans on any in any phase, you know.
You know,
what if you phrase it as landowner livestock? You're not talking human, landowner livestock, which would basically encompass a human aspect of that.
What do folks think?
Well, that either one would be fine with me. I just thought just straight human conflict made it sound like it was a human conflict. Totally. You guys, whatever you guys want to do, I'm fine with.
Yeah, me too.
How about minimize human line conflict, parentheses, livestock pet?
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Looks
good with
great.
Not hearing any major heartburn with that option.
All right. Yeah, let's step to the next. Improve land access for sportsmen and houndsmen.
We discussed this. I think land access is something that is more encompassing of all outdoor sports, all hunting, deer, elk, whatever it is. And I don't know if it's that much of a specific problem for lions. It is a problem, but I think it's something that encompasses all hunting. And that's just where I was going with that.
Maybe we can ask someone from FWP to jump in here on whether this is something that we're really capable of doing or evaluating as part of this process.
Yeah, I can jump in there. Yeah, I do kind of agree with Tim that improve land access. So we're doing that, trying to do that for a variety of reasons, not just for mountain lions. So it's a little bit maybe more encompassing. I do wonder if it's one of those things that might be a common theme that we're going to try to do no matter what. But maybe it's worth having it on here. I don't know, Sarah, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts, this one to me reads like it might be outside of the charge of this group and something that probably isn't within the different options or decisions that we would consider FWP might present to this group to consider.
Yeah.
This probably wouldn't vary among any of those things. So even though it may well be important in this scenario, and of course the broader scenario for hunting in general, we can put it in the parking lot or something like that if that sounds right to all of you, to capture that it is important, but it's maybe not part of this charge.
I disagree with that. I think it should stay, because if each sportsman group doesn't stand up and say we want to continue to improve land access for all sportsmen and their individual groups, eventually none of them are going to stand up and do it. So if they all put it outside their sideboards, then who will continue to bring this forward? And it is a major issue for everyone. So I think it should stay, not just in this group, but in all the groups.
Any other thoughts? And of course, this is, we can think of this as a draft as each of these stages are, and we can come back to this if we need to. And recalling how at the house example, we could eliminate objectives where we saw that it didn't vary across the decisions that were being considered, right? So even though it is important, some things will fall out at later stages, probably with our analysis, but thinking of this as a draft first approach, go ahead and keep in whatever you want to keep in, and we can revisit as needed.
Great. Well, let's step to the next one. Harvest satisfaction, recreational satisfaction, social satisfaction, education. I just want to ask a clarifying question right off the bat, which is how harvest satisfaction differs from lion hunter opportunity.
was thinking to discuss that, we might want to break it into 3 bullets, because I think education might need to be discussed separately and more defined. I like it being in there. I'm just not sure if we're all on the same understanding what education means.
Are you
So-
thinking change this to 3 different bullets of harvest satisfaction, recreational satisfaction, and social satisfaction?
Yes, just to discuss each one of those separately.
And you all want to maximize satisfaction in these different considerations or maintain satisfaction? What do you think is a good word there?
I think to clarify there, Alex, too, mountain lion hunting and mountain lion harvest are kind of 2 separate issues in the regard that there's far more recreational hunting that goes on than harvesting. So they could be looked at as 2 separate, possibly, maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Casey. That makes sense.
Also with harvest, are we talking about lions, ungulates, or both?
What if you got rid of harvest and just put hunting instead?
And then I think we've already hit that point with hunting in the second.
And I think that was Alex's point, is we might have talked about one of those already, might be eliminate it, but my focus was education.
Could we just get rid of line 2 then? Get rid of mountain lion hunter opportunity, because we already have it maximize satisfaction if you put hunting right there instead of harvest?
If I'm hearing Casey right, there's at least one voice that's saying hunting opportunity and harvest opportunity are different and both are important. Is that fair to say, Casey?
That's fair, yes.
Yeah.
As a non-houndsman, I didn't realize there was such a big difference between those that are looking to harvest and those that are just out running hounds. So I think if this is going to the general public, I think it's good to delineate that too, that, there's those that get a tag and look to harvest, but there's also just those that love being outside and chasing cats.
Great.
Hey, I think we're talking about a few different stakeholders here. So do we need to be this specific, or can we lump this in, make it a more general objective?
We could go either way at this point, and we can, if you're fine with lumping them all in and kind of making sure that we include, I think it's important probably to include the different groups that you're talking about, so that people see them clearly represented in this list, but we can put them all in one objective for now and then split them later if we realize that we need to, in order to understand what decision is the best one for meeting objectives. If one option might satisfy groups in a different way, then we might end up finding that we need to go ahead and split up an objective. But sometimes if there is no difference in how groups would perceive a different decision that could be made in terms of how happy they are with it, then they could be in one single objective, if that makes sense. And this is why kind of going through this in iterations is important, because we will find that we can lump some or need to tease apart some and clarify further down the road. So it's really up to you guys, in other words.
Yeah, I guess my question is for group 1, is there anyone that can talk to what they define as education?
I think the intent there was that in order to have social satisfaction, it's going to take education. I think they're I think that was the association between social satisfaction. If I'm speaking right, I'm not sure.
I think it could mean a lot of things. So I agree with you. I think it could mean education on when you're trying to go back up and authorize private lands to access the line when they're crossing. It could be understanding what the lion is and how he is. It could be understanding hunters, how they harvest lions, and all that. I think education is a social education. I think it's a good phrase.
I'm going to suggest that in this context, education might be more of a means objective at getting toward the fundamental objective of social acceptability. And if that's true, then we may want to have a separate objective about education if it's an important thing unto itself. But the description as just given to me sounds like what we're really after is social acceptability, and education is a means to get there.
Or information management and pushing the information to the community.
So Timothy and other members of group 3, when you guys were talking about education, what were you talking about? What were you guys brainstorming?
Well, yeah, that was my thoughts was whether it's via social media, but providing information out to the general public so the general public knows or has good understanding. Josh, I don't know if you had something to add to that.
Yeah, education is very important. I'm still kind of struggling to see how it's going to tie in here with us and whether or not it fits within our charge, but definitely important. So I kind of like I like Alex's take on it, that perhaps it's a means towards the social satisfaction or social acceptability at this point.
So I guess one of the things I had in mind was, in Washington for a long time, they hadn't had a hound season unless there was an animal that was after livestock or, causing problems with people in the neighborhoods and whatnot. But, with almost 20 years of not being able to do that, when they did have a problem, they didn't have anybody to go run down the animal to deal with it. And I think here recently, or maybe in 2021, they changed that. But socially, it was very unacceptable. But they know that, they're going to continue to have some problems with lions because they're not able to control that population there. Just people going out to hunt a lion. It's very difficult if you don't have the hounds. And so I think they could have done better through an education program to let people know that, somehow we have to control the populations, but we also have to control the conflicts. And when we do have a conflict, we have to have experts to go out there and deal with it. So I know education's a pretty big, it's a broad term, I guess, but maybe we could somehow quantify it but still make it an objective.
Would you add social understanding or social acceptance to that? Would that make sense or not?
I like that, but I still agree that the education is going to be the means, but I think that social acceptance is going to be a huge factor.
How does that look as a suggestion of something we can put in there for this idea?
Yes, thank you.
I like it.
Great job, Sarah. I haven't heard, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think folks have spoken about the recreational part of this. Does anyone want to comment on that, to add, to clarify?
I was that look as a suggestion of something we can put in there for this idea.
Great job, Sarah. We I haven't heard, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think folks have spoken about the recreational part of this. Does anyone want to comment on that, to add, to clarify Is it different than harvest satisfaction? Or should they be lumped together? Maybe that's a good way to put it.
I don't think they should be lumped because I think the chase season for the guys that are out there just running lions to work their dogs is to me would be recreational. They're not harvesting. They're chasing during the chase season.
You know, and I agree with that because there is a chase season after the harvest is full. So, and that's strictly recreational. So I think recreation needs to be in there.
Does this capture it?
I would say so. I'm not a hound, so I'd maybe fall back on some of the houndsmen's and get their opinion.
That looks good to me, you know, because it does cover those who just get a hound handler permit and run, which is myself.
Looks good to me too.
And then if I added harvest of lions here, does that clarify what we're talking about right there too?
Well, I think that's fine for me anyway.
I think it looks good.
Okay, well, folks are happy with that. Then the next one on the list is maximize quality habitats for healthy ungulate populations, or maybe it is habits. You tell me.
We're kind of, can I comment on that? We're kind of doing that anyway, and that's not really specifically related to lion management, is it? I mean, it's all tied together, but that goes into under the big umbrella of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks mandates, but not mountain lions.
Gonna ask you the same.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like those last two bullets fall somewhere outside of our charge.
I agree.
We've got, bullet one has some overlap with the second to last bullet. So do we feel like if we removed this one, that this sentiment would still be covered under bullet one about minimizing predation, or do we need something else about healthy ungulate populations more generally?
I think both the last two bullet points could be removed.
So I think the carrying capacity has a lot to do with the habitat. And so we were just trying to encompass how to bring that in as well. And maybe it's not the right verbiage to use, but I think it's still important to have something in there about habitat also in regards to ungulate to predator ratios.
Folks from FWP, do you want to comment on whether this is something that we can weigh in on?
Yeah, I think one thing to folks to remember is that FWP typically doesn't manage the land. And so our ability to address habitat issues is through working with other agencies. And so we don't directly have management authority over most of the property. They're just the property that FWP owns. So I don't know if that enters in here.
I think maybe in that case, an quality environment that includes all the species. But is it something we can also move down to group 2 and see if it blends in later on with something else? Rather than just delete it, but just a
I
thought.
can, sorry, I can put it in italics or something for now, and we can see what we think after we look at the rest, both of these.
How about
perhaps.
your parking lot?
Parking lot?
I've got a question about maximize social acceptance. If I just look at that, I'd have to think social acceptance of what? Are we talking about of lions or of lion hunting?
Great question.
I've seen that more as lion hunting, especially when it comes to maintaining the population and addressing those conflicts, that we have to just put that out via social media or something to educate the public on what we're doing and why we're doing it. It's not just we're out slaughtering everything in the natural habitat or the environment. We are managing, and a lot of anti-hunters or whatever, they have a point of view also. But as long as we're communicating with the community, that they might understand a little bit better that we're managing the population and why it's important.
Okay, I like it better having that, clarifying it like she just did, than somebody just looking at it without all this discussion is gonna understand it better.
The biggest risk that we have with mountain lion hunting in the state of Montana is public initiatives. And so that social acceptance of it, I mean, if we're talking about sustaining the mountain lion hunting, the biggest thing that we're at risk is public initiatives attacking us. So
Absolutely, just like with wolves.
Did anyone intend for it to just be social acceptance of lions? Or is everyone happy with lion hunting?
let's keep lion hunting.
Are we okay then with this being here, or did you want to think further on that one under the parking lot or back up to the original list?
We discussed it again in group 3, so it's not going to be gone. We can probably move to group 3 and wait to discuss it there.
I think we could remove it.
Agreed.
I think, you know what, so we're at a point now where we've gotten through group 1s, and group 2 and group 3, you guys have now had a chance to kind of see this and go through this. So before it may be redundant to step through every bullet of every group. So let's pause here for a second and maybe take a call for are there any big points missing that came out of group 2 and group 3 that you want to add here before we kind of start stepping through it?
Do you want me to scroll down to it so everyone can read what?
Sure.
Yeah,
I have?
please.
Is it just me, or this is the first one we came up with? What about the second one we came up with?
Not sure. I think this was the second one that we came up with. Yeah, it is, because it starts off as individualized specific LMUs.
You're right, yeah.
you see opportunity from this group's work to add to our list above in terms of things that we are missing in that first list based on what's written here?
I see a lot of opportunity, and I know it's slow and monotonous, but I think going through line by line is the right way to do this, to capture and make sure we're getting everybody's input.
So on the first sentence, I put a comma after needs. And so individualized specific LMUs needs, comma, sustainable lion harvest.
I think it might be need. Is that the intent? LMUs need sustainable lion harvest to allow for these different things.
I guess to make it a complete sentence, then I guess if you had that, you should put individualize, not D. That specific LMUs need. Anyway, I'm trying to make it a grammatically correct sentence. I'm not really changing it.
Sorry, what's your proposal?
I think you may have already gone ahead and done it to change needs to need.
Individualized specific LMUs need to sustain or need for a sustainable lion harvest that allows for acceptable population density, not S on the population word. I'm just trying to make it grammatically correct. I'm not really changing anything. So you could help me out here if I'm not communicating well. I'd get rid of the D on individualized. Individualized specific LMUs need for sustainable lion harvest.
So there are what appears to be that there are a number of potential objectives that are embedded in this first statement here. So what we might try to do is break those apart and then go through them one by one. So we've got, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Josh.
I was going to say, how about the objective maybe here that could cover this to start with would be determine LMU specific population goals.
And then if we need to talk about population density, age structure, male, female ratio, recruitment, maybe in parentheses right after that, so we know what we're talking about. But I like that pointed statement there.
So Sarah, are those other factors, are those means, or are those going to be separate objectives?
Part of what I'm also a little bit unsure about is whether it matters, whether there is the information on hand to actually evaluate these things or to control for these things. And I think this is another question for FWP. So we are discussing density. That is the first thing that we're here to do, right? But the age structure, male-female ratio, recruitment, all that may be something a little bit beyond what we have the data to evaluate. And I'm, again, not sure that matters. And if that's something that FWP can come up with different actions to try to address those things too.
I say leave them in.
That just because we don't have the data now doesn't mean that we don't need it.
I can speak to, sorry, I can turn my camera on. The population density, well, you all know we don't have that at LMU level. We have it at the ecoregional level. The age structure, the population model that we have has the ability to forecast changes to age structure, and we have the ability to monitor that in the harvest. Not of the standing population, but that's how we get the data, is from the harvest. Male to female ratio. We have data on that, but not in an ongoing sense. Anyway, so I guess the point is most of these things we have data on and can monitor and forecast, but probably not at the LMU. If you're asking for clarification, that's what I could provide. Maybe Neil would provide some other insight, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I agree with that, Justin. I mean, we may be able to get age, structure and female male ratios from the harvest, but typically within any one LMU, the number of samples are so small that it's kind of hard to make much of an assessment. And I guess we're making the assumption that everybody's talking about age structure, male female ratios, recruitment for lions. Is that what we're talking about, or for ungulates?
Lions.
Lions, okay.
My sentiment is it's outside of the bounds of the charge of the committee. The entire statement, that's just really out of our wheelhouse of what we get to discuss.
Yeah, to me, this reads a bit of almost like an issue again of the challenges to determine population goals, and yeah, whether or not that's getting too deep down the rabbit hole for LMU specific goals and outside of what this group is going to determine or make recommendations for specific things that.
Like we're tasked with making consideration for the ecoregion. And so I don't think diving into the LMU issue is the charge of the committee.
If we look at it as an ecoregion, would the issue still be the same? Would we want to identify specific population goals for the region, the ecoregion, and would that still meet the charge?
I think the charge is clear to give specific consideration to the ecoregion, and that will be considered, and then the season structure and all that will be they'll deal with that on an individual basis as they are setting seasons and dealing with all the structure.
I agree. I was just saying if we change the LMU to ecoregion, would that change Group 2's overall intent?
Well, that original sentence was mine that we started out with above that. And to me, that would change the whole meaning of it. My whole idea was that it's too broad of a brush to do that for the whole ecosystem, the whole ecosystem, I guess is the word. So if you did that, I'd strike the whole thing because it would get away from our original intent.
Josh, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, LMU emphasis is listed as part of our charge. So whether or not we're addressing it effectively here, that maybe not, but it is in there. LMU emphasis.
So with some of these different ideas, like male-female ratio, is that for the lion's sake, or is that for hunter satisfaction or opportunity, or some other more fundamental reason why we actually care about these particular items in this list?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when they give tags out for the quotas, they're based on male or female. Is that correct?
different LMUs are handled differently. The quotas, it's an either sex tag until the quotas are met, sex specific. With the drawing areas currently that's in place, it at this moment is the drawing is for male or female specific.
Hey, I think Casey's right. I think LMU specific population goals are outside of our purview, and that should probably be taken out. But I feel like there needs to be an objective related to LMU emphasis.
I think the intent is that we do need to make a charge or make a point that the management does need to happen specifically and differently with different LMUs, and let it be known that that's our opinion. But to give any sort of that's outside of our charge to give any sort of structure for Lions, male female ratios, how much recruitment, all whether or not specific ungulate populations are above or below in specific areas is not our charge. That's my opinion.
Well, I think our group wasn't taking on that job. We were making a statement that that was Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' job. So that's why we put it in there.
I'm sorry, I thought these were objectives for our committee.
Yeah, so I would ask if we can go back to the problem statement and see. So we did mention in there that you are making recommendations for some LMU specific ways of managing different areas, right? And so this kind of almost to me still reads like possibly a clarification on that statement within the problem statement, not necessarily an objective that you as a group will need to consider, since you'll provide, I mean, regardless of what we do here, we're going to discuss those LMU specific focal ideas that you come up with, but it may not be an objective that we need in this list, more so it's part of the issue statement perhaps. And I think it is already captured there.
I think that's a great point. And I will add that, you know, the objectives are your criteria for evaluating whether each alternative is working better or worse than the other alternative. And so is there something in here that really allows you to evaluate whether one alternative is working better than another? So you might ask yourself that, and if the answer to that is no, then I would say, you know, Sarah makes a really good point, and we might move this into a discussion about the problem statement or something to, you know, put in the parking lot for FWP to consider as they're coming up with their alternatives. But I'll leave that to you guys to ask yourselves and think about.
My sentiment is we could, you know, yeah, set that in the parking lot, discuss it later, let it be known that that we're concerned about it, but not necessarily be part of the objectives.
If that's the group decision, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely don't want to drop it out completely, but maybe just not under objectives.
Any objections to me going up here and dropping that right there for now? Not hearing any objections at the moment. We can come back to that, of course.
That's fine.
So folks, I'm just looking at the time.
I'm going to remove that.
And sorry, Sarah, I was just looking at the time. We're getting close to I think we're past our scheduled lunchtime. Can I just, let me pull it up so I can see everyone. Can I get a quick show of hands of who would like to keep working on this for another 20 minutes and break at 12:30? Raise your hand if you'd like that. Okay, that's everybody. All right, so we'll keep working till 12:30 and then we'll break for lunch then. And I'm going to suggest maybe we take a slightly shorter lunch at 45 minutes just to keep us rolling for the day. But if you need an hour, please let me know and we'll make sure that we get that for you. So, okay, so next bullet here, in group 2 may want to weigh in on this, but the next thing I see is biologists need to give us understanding to what those numbers would look like. Is that one of your objectives, group 2, or is that a sort of introduction to the objectives listed below?
What that was supposed to read somewhere similar to, it would be like FWP biologists need to give us an understanding to what stabilizing the mountain lion population, not or to decline. So I guess my opinion on that is I don't know how many cats it takes to decline or to stabilize a population out of that 1376. And so understanding what that looks like in numbers, none of us in our group understood that. And so that was a possible question. What is 10% decline due to the population? What is 5% or 20%? Or what is stabilizing? How many cats are we harvesting in the Northwest ecoregion as we sit right now?
Right,
Maybe
group
that's
3 addressed this also, especially like bullet 2 down there, identify, we added elk in there for the Libby area, but elk, bighorn sheep, and mule deer. Establish some number that shows that there is an issue with the population due to predation. And we may not be able to get that today, but if there's a study out there that they can push to us by March when we meet again, then that'd be beneficial, I think, to the decision-making process of having statistics that show that the ungulate population is being affected by predation, or that it's being affected by other things, but still that by removing some of the lions, that it would help with other things in place also to bring back that population.
It sounded like from the study that the other biologists told us about, is it helped it during the time being to decline that population, but as soon as they brought it back to the normal levels, it quickly went back to the existing. But so I guess my question is if we're suggesting to FWP to stabilize the lion population, how many lions are they harvesting right now now that we have a Northwest ecoregion in region 1, and that part of what that, I believe it's region 200, that's also part of that ecoregion. So I just didn't know those numbers, if what it looks like to decline a mountain lion population, how many does that take, for how long? Those are things I don't understand, I guess.
Yeah, could I offer a suggestion here? I think what you're talking about there, Cody, is something that comes in that next step.
Okay.
So once you guys come up with your objectives and we get to phase 2, our homework will be, okay, depending on what you guys would like to do, up, down, stay the same. And by that percentage, we can play kind of some games with that model.
Okay.
And show you what that might look like in reality in terms of harvest.
Perfect.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it sounds like it might be okay to remove this one and to understand that this is part of the alternatives that FWP will be sharing. Would anyone object to that?
No.
No.
Great.
And are we talking about all these things, or?
Yes.
Okay. So I won't actually delete anything here, since this is part of our notes, but they're not in that upper table that we were building onto. So they won't appear in the final set that we're working on.
So why are we, I thought we were just talking about biologist needs to give us understanding. Now we're gonna do 1 through 5 as well.
I think those were under these. That's why I was asking if we've clarified all these or not.
No, I don't think we had. I think those are different points there. Unless Casey wants all of our stuff removed, then I guess we can do that.
Well, let's step through them then. If Cody, if you and others would like to make sure we go through them. So there are different opinions with many user groups. We'll start there. So Sarah, could we kind of scroll up to the group 1? Because I think I'm going to suggest, you guys can decide, but I'm going to suggest that some of the objectives that are laid out in group 1 are getting a little at these different opinions of different user groups. So we've got ungulates, we've got hunters, we've got harvest, we've got recreation. Is it fair to say that we've captured that diversity of user groups, or do we need to add something else that's coming from group 2?
I think it's fair to say that we've kind of captured it up there.
Okay.
Okay, so I see Sarah's wheels turning.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this uncertainty component of, you know, everyone has potentially a different understanding and thought on what's going on out there, and we have FWP's estimate and uncertainty within that estimate too. So I'm wondering if perhaps something that might be possibly getting at what you're thinking is trying to minimize the risk that uncertainty plays in this, you know, in terms of negatively affecting different objectives here, like healthy lion population, hunter opportunity, and so on. And I'm not actually sure that that becomes an objective we can fully work with or not, but I wonder if that's kind of maybe getting at more of what your concerns are. Tell me that I'm wrong, please, if I am.
I think, tell me if I'm wrong as well, but my understanding is to establish these objectives allows us, they can be very simple and just represent each of the complex components to the discussion in a very simple fashion. And then that allows us just to weigh maybe the importance of each of those different user groups or different issues for the future thing, not necessarily to get in the weeds of the larger scheme of ecosystems and habitats and LMUs and all of that. Is that the intent of this exercise?
Casey, that's exactly right.
And I'm assuming then we'll be able to get into all those things once we've established kind of a value system of those issues.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That should come later, right?
So maybe let's scroll back down to group 2 and, you know, bearing that in mind, would anyone object to removing point 1 here, since there was I picked up on a sentiment that the group felt that was well covered above. Would anyone object to removing that?
The only ones that haven't been hit on is 3, 4, and 5. We could probably get rid of 2 because it has already kind of been addressed up there.
Anyone object to removing number 2? Going on to number 3. Okay, let's go.
And then remove both of these then. I think we've decided.
Yeah. So 3 says prey-predator relationship. Predator population should follow prey population, not prey following predator population. Might need some clarification on that one from group 2 members.
When your ungulate levels get low enough, your ungulate levels will kind of start following your predator. And so to have a healthy predator population, they should always be following your ungulate population, if that makes sense.
So Cody, I'll just ask you, since you were just speaking, is the why that sits behind this about maintaining a healthy lion population or a healthy ungulate population, or both?
Yeah, and that could be covered up above in group 1's stuff. It's just, I've always kind of felt this way about once the ungulate population gets into that toilet bowl, it's really hard for them to climb out of it when they have a prey base. And it's not just mountain lions, it's all predators, obviously. So. And so if the group thinks that this is covered up above, then we can strike it. But
Well, I certainly see what Cody was coming from, but I think it probably could be said that it's covered up above.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
We can move it to the parking lot to make sure, you know, FWP is aware that this is an important issue to all of you, and to think about that as they develop their alternatives.
okay.
Yeah.
There, now onto the parking lot.
Okay, next up is lion population needs an objective target number.
So when
Is
group
that-
3 looked at this, I'm sorry.
Oh, is that covered up above or not, guys?
When group 3 looked at this, we took in consideration some other people's comments yesterday about that number that we have, 1376, and the charter of reducing it a percentage. So we took off the word number and we put in there a trend or percent of decrease. And the question is, does it need to be decreased or does it need to be stabilized? But we did not see anywhere where we needed a population of lions to increase. But we tried to steer away from the number portion of that. Look more for a target decrease percentage.
I think we're starting to get into what the A in PROACT is, which is the alternatives. And those alternatives might be different scenarios of increasing, staying the same, decreasing. And so we might be getting a step ahead if I'm understanding right. And right now we want to, you know, set up the criteria for success before we start thinking about what the actions are going to be. So, you know, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but it sounds like those are some starting to get into some of the actions and alternatives as opposed to the criteria for what is successful and not.
Yeah, I agree. If we look at it that way, I think that does change the meaning of the objective for group 2. So I'll let group 2 speak to that.
Well, I think that, if that's what you want to do, we can just put that in the parking lot also. That's my opinion. I mean, I think it is covered twice, probably, possibly. I do think the next bullet down though is the same thing that group one used. We need to have that in there.
Yeah.
Before we move on from number 4, I just want to be clear. I don't want to push you guys in any direction. So if anyone thinks that we need to talk more about this or that it needs to be one of the objectives, let's talk more about it. So I don't want to be the force driving this getting eliminated. So I just want to make that clear.
I think Neil explained that in his last comments that he had, that they will be getting more data to us to try to come up with a subjective number or percentage as we progress into the next meetings in the future.
That is what he said.
Yeah, I think it's kind of outside the or part of a different discussion. And I think the second one is already covered in the lion conflict. So I think we could get rid of all those bullet points.
I think if we're going to discuss it in the future, then the parking lot might be the right place for bullet number 4.
How's that for now? Parking lot, sorry.
I agree. I think 5's covered above.
Any objections to removing that one?
Hey, folks. Well, I suggest we take our lunch break now, get refreshed, recharged. Would anyone be opposed to coming back at 1:15? And we can wrap up group 3s and then move into the fun stuff with numbers.
I may be a couple minutes late, but I'll do my best. I got to go around and see a guy real quick, but I'll be back.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, thanks everybody. We'll see you at 1:15 and yeah, enjoy lunch. Talk soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You guys had a good lunch. Just to give a really quick preview of the schedule for the rest of the day, we're going to wrap up this discussion of objectives, and hopefully we can do that efficiently and effectively in the next half hour or so. And then we're going to move into a discussion of numbers. We've got a little survey lined up. We'll do that individually with each of you, but there's a bunch of us, so hopefully that's going to go pretty fast, and we can then look at what some of these, what everybody's thinking in terms of numbers, percent changes, decreases, increases, and staying the same, and then start talking about that in a little bit more concrete terms. So the sooner we finish the objectives, the sooner we can jump into that. And that being said, I don't want to shorten our time on the objectives. You know, this is a really important piece. This is setting up the criteria to make our decision later. Yeah, so with that, let's jump right in. We ended by finishing up group 2, and we were about to step through group 3's points and see what we need to add, subtract, or change from the combined draft objectives. And I'll just make one quick point because I think there may be a little bit lack of clarity on this. The parking lot, that's not going to be part of the official document of any of this. So the parking lot for the problem statement or the parking lot of the draft objectives, but those parking lot ideas are still really important. They're still going to FWP. They'll still be taken up and considered by folks at FWP, but they just won't be part of the official objectives or problem statement. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so with that said, let's dive right into group 3 and wrap up this objective section. So I'm going to start reading. Oh, I'm not going to start reading because Benny's got his hand up. So go ahead, Benny.
Just to start with a question. Last time, I thought I understood one of the panelists say that we weren't charged with LMU specifics like older age class and stuff like that. But I went back and looked at what we're charged with, and we are charged with target population size changes and LMU emphasis, including older age class, et cetera. So I just wanted to clarify that because I thought maybe some of those things on group 2 were deleted because of that question.
So FWP folks, do you want to provide a little bit more clarity on that point?
I'd just like to add what Benny said. I agree that managing the sex population of the females is key to managing the overall population.
Let me take a quick crack at responding, and if Neil has anything more to add, I'd encourage him to do so. But what we're looking for is largely the ecoregional objective. So in other words, if ultimately we wind up saying, gosh, well, in line management unit 103, we'd like to see it decrease by 30%, and line management unit 102, we'd like to see that increase by 10%. That's not what we're really looking for. What we're looking for is the overall ecoregion. Where would you like to see the ecoregion go? But in the process of doing that, if there are some emphasis that we need to place within a particular line management unit, and again, I go back to the examples. We have a place where there's a high degree of livestock conflict, and you guys are aware of that. And so you want us to focus on that issue in that area. We want that to be an emphasis. Every line management unit does not need to have a specific emphasis. Our interest is if there is an emphasis that you're aware of that we need to consider in a portion of the ecoregion, that's what we'd like to be aware of. That's the input we're looking for. But largely, we're looking at a higher level guidance from the group. But we are willing to consider some of the emphasis that might be placed on that. And much of that is biological in nature, just because of the lions range over such a wide area. It's really difficult to try to specifically target each LMU and why we want to look at it from the ecoregional perspective.
Thanks for that clarification, Brian. Grover, you have a hand up. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask Brian, on the one handout here, where, on the second day or the first 2-day meetings, it says that we were going to get information on the conflict data, hunter success rate, sex and age composition of harvest, and status on ungulate populations. I haven't got any of that, and I was wondering if we were going to get that today or when.
The way that we were largely looking at this is trying to get to the point where we were going to have this guidance, and what we were hoping to do as we move from the guidance that we're getting today, that we would be able to start looking at some of those, what that would look like. And so we'd be at that point coming back at the next meeting, we'd be able to share an awful lot more of the information. And right now we're really interested in, where this group thinks we need to be headed.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not trying to withhold any information or anything like that. We wanted to give you enough information, but not overwhelm you with a whole lot of statistics. And I'm not sure if that helps necessarily, but that was our intent.
I've got a request for a live transcription to be enabled for the meeting. I'm not sure if that was intentional. I think that's fine for us to do, but if it wasn't intentional from Grover, then I'm going to decline. I have a feeling it might have been a miss keystroke.
You can decline. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Okay, I do see Timothy with his hand raised. So go ahead, Timothy.
I didn't know how to get rid of it.
That's all right. Timothy,
I
did
was
you
just
have
going to say, as we start into group 3, that I could probably talk through that first half of the page quickly and delete some of that as we're going. If you don't mind, give me the lead for a few minutes and I'll yield back to you, or you take it back whenever I talk too much.
If you want to get started, Timothy, that's great, and we'll work on it from there.
All right, Miss Sarah, the first line, understanding, that has already been covered, I think, in detail and can be deleted.
So I can either delete stuff over here, or we can just think about whether any of this needs to be brought over here.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I think the first line just needs to be deleted.
Okay.
Underneath that, biologists, we've talked to that in detail. I think we can delete that.
This one?
Yes. And the next one, table for March, maybe to move into parking lot, was my thoughts maybe was we have population estimates that we have for the ungulates that we issue out those quotas for tags for. We're not getting into quotas here, but combining those for a ecoregion might benefit us in having some data to make a decision on how the lions or how the ungulate population overall is being affected by the environment, whether that be predators or whatever. But can we get that information emailed to us before March? I use the word perceive there because we don't know. Maybe it's the data is available, and maybe we didn't get good collection in data for game checks in 2020 due to COVID, but there should be some trend going back several years. If we're making a 6-year decision, maybe that's a 6-year data set for elk, for bighorn sheep, for mule deer. And then you can delete that out of the group 3 objectives. So lion population needs objective target. I think we talked to that in detail already. And everything else in there, I think, is sort of focused on the same information, the ungulate population and how it's been affected. Yes, does anyone have any concerns with that in group 3 and deleting all that? I don't hear any. Can you delete that, please? That next bullet and fundamental objective, we've already discussed in detail. It came from group 1. Can you delete that? And the next one after that as well. For the next one, I think we've discussed that in detail. And when we talk about stakeholders, I think we've already defined that yesterday on what that stakeholder is. Is there anyone in the group, in the committee, that sees anything in there that they want to keep? And can we give them about 10 seconds to read through it? Does anybody have any issues with deleting that entirely? All right, Miss Sarah, can you delete that? And then I yield back to you and Alex. Thank you very much.
Terrific. Thank you, Timothy. That was great. Great way of getting through that. Appreciate that. So we'll jump right into the next one and work through the rest of these to make sure that they're reflected in the current objectives or add them if not. So the next one says balance high quality lion hunting opportunity without severe negative impacts to ungulate populations. Is this part of the same objective? Different opinions within many user groups make compromises that all user groups are satisfied with: elk, bighorn sheep, mule deer, and struggling ungulate populations that are declining due to predator numbers. I might pause there so we can talk about that chunk first.
Right. I think all that is just built in there to support the objective, but it's built in from the inputs of other groups that might have related to it already.
So folks from group 3, is there something in this objective that you feel like is missing from our combined objectives listed on the right-hand side?
So I hear nothing. I just like to offer, should we have an objective to assist in offspring recruitment in struggling ungulate populations? We won't be the only ones affecting that, but we'd be assisting in offspring recruitment in struggling ungulate populations through the reduction of lion populations. And maybe we can just add that and come back to it. Reduce lion populations.
Trying to think of the right words to suggest here.
Reduce lion populations to assist in offspring recruitment in struggling ungulate populations.
All right.
And I think we can just delete that entire objective then out of group 3.
Okay. And if I were to think about this a little bit, this looks like maybe a means to getting to this part. So if that's all right with you, I can just put it in parentheses to kind of remind us what we're talking about.
Agreed.
We're talking about lions here, not, okay. And then delete this. How does this feel to everyone?
I think one of the intents of that objective was to try to capture the negative impacts to ungulate populations, whether it be through the objective we've already got there about minimizing ungulate predation or assist in offspring recruitment. The overall intent there was to try to capture those negative impacts. So So yeah, I think it's covered.
And then the second half of that, there was a question about, somebody had made a comment about making areas within boundaries. What are we talking about there? Are we talking about drawing lines within hunting districts that makes that smaller? And I'm not sure if we agree to that. Most of us had a disagreement in drawing more lines on a map.
That may also be getting into the outside of the charges area of more finite details of harvest related prescriptions and management.
I agree.
Group 3, would you be comfortable moving that statement to the parking lot to share with FWP but not include as an objective? Or does that need to be codified within the objectives?
Yeah, I'd say where it starts at make areas within boundaries, maybe move that to the parking lot for the rest of it, and then delete the top half of that paragraph. I think you delete prey-predator relationship off the back of that.
Okay. And then ready to make this go away?
Yes, please.
Okay, so move to the next one, which is establish long-term lion population management capable of quickly and effectively adapting to changing conditions, such as changing habitat conditions, accessibility, conflicting user groups, changing political and socioeconomic influences, potential climate change and associated effects, and variable prey species abundance.
Does anybody see anything in there that we haven't already covered?
No.
No.
I recommend dropping that.
Before we drop it, can I just ask if there's a kind of a why question that sits under that we need to capture? You know, whether that's something like maximizing adaptive capacity, or what were you guys trying to get at with that one? I just don't want to lose anything before we delete it.
We were recapturing another group statement and just digesting it a little bit at our level to see if there was anything in there we need to discuss. And I think that we've already discussed a lot of it in the previous two groups.
Actually, no, that's an objective that I drafted up for group 3. Yeah, the intent there was, again, trying to look out or make sure we develop something long-term for management objectives. Obviously, it's a little bit too long for a nice, short, concise objective, but the overall intent was, yeah, that long-term adaptive management, make sure that gets incorporated.
I think that has been incorporated through the current mountain lion management strategy.
Yeah, I'd suggest that that is an important objective, and it is already something that is being accomplished, or will be something that's the focus of FWP's decisions, as they're going to revisit this every 6 years. And so if there's something else there that we aren't capturing though yet, that would help us understand what's important.
Is there something in there as far as the changing habitat conditions or changing environment that we want to hold to, Josh?
I don't know that there's anything specific in there that's not already covered or will be covered.
I think those changes are always borne out in the health of the ungulate populations, which is what we're looking at in regards to making change in our predator populations. So I think it's always considered, but it's always seen because of the result that it has on the prey species, if that makes sense.
Casey, are you in agreement of deleting it that's already been covered, or do we need to keep some portion?
I think it's been covered.
Okay. Josh,
Covered.
delete it. Thank you, Sarah.
Objections to getting rid of this? Sounds like we're good. Okay, next up, achieve sustainable lion harvest that allows for acceptable population density, age structure, male-female ratio, recruitment. I believe this came from group 2 and that we've discussed it, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Right. Just want to make sure, does that need to go to the parking lot or is it already over there? If we're talking LMU stuff, it's just, I think it's in the third bullet.
Bullet there may is quite similar. Almost the same.
Anyone have any concerns about deleting it?
I think it's covered in the parking lot now.
It's there now.
All right, please delete that, Miss Sarah. This is an LMU specific concern for those areas. So I think that needs to be something that gets captured in the parking lot so that they have our inputs, but it's not necessarily the committee's focus. And then I believe Alex said earlier, we're gonna talk about what's too big, too small, and all that stuff. So I think that the current population being too small or having that conversation is something we're gonna get to in the future. Is there anyone sees anything in there that needs to stay? Or is it worded well that we need to
phrase it a different way, which is, what is the why? Why do we care that the population is too small? And maybe answering that will point us toward an objective that we have or don't yet have. Do we care because of lion hunter opportunity, because of harvest satisfaction, natural part of the ecosystem, or something else that isn't been put in the objectives yet?
Well, for me, I think, you know, if the population is too small, why is it too small?
Right. Are the houndsmen saying that it's overhunted? Is Fish and Wildlife or FWP saying it's overhunted? I haven't heard that. And so it's three questions. Is it okay how it is? Is it too large? Is it too small? We don't really have any data to answer that question. So answering that question would help us as an ecoregion to make the next decision of what do we do with the population. So it might be a talking point later, but I don't think it's an objective right now. It might evolve into an objective, but we might be beyond the point of coming up with new objectives.
So would anyone oppose to removing this or moving it to the parking lot?
I'd say parking lot is probably a quick delete later, but just a discussion for later, not for now, and not an objective.
I think it could be eliminated entirely just because it's going to be discussed later. I mean, it's part of the discussion that's coming. That's what the whole discussion's about. So it's not one of the objectives, and it will be part of the discussion as we continue forward.
Right. I think that's the purpose of the parking lot. Some of the purpose of the parking lot is to hold it for future discussion.
So let's put it in the parking lot then. If there's any voice that wants to keep it, let's make sure we keep it, and we can always cut it out later. Okay, so that wraps us up with group 3. Thanks to all 3 of the groups. Before we move on, I just want to have everyone review our list here, the combined draft objectives, and take a look, read through it for a minute, think about if there's anything missing or anything you'd like to change. And if not, then we can move forward. But if so, we can keep discussing it. So take a quick look, or a slow look if you prefer.
I guess I would offer again the land access issue, although it's an important issue. I just don't see that within our charge. And if we open this up to things that are outside our charge, then this list is going to get a lot longer. Not taken away from how important that issue is. I just don't think it fits.
I agree with Josh on this, but I didn't put the bullet in there. Is there anybody that can talk to keeping the bullet there?
I would delete it.
Anyone want to make the argument for keeping that there? Or we could move it to the parking lot as well. This is important to us and we want to make sure FWP hears that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the emphasis earlier was making sure FWP was hearing our inputs on that. So parking lot at the minimum. I wouldn't delete it entirely.
Any objections?
Yeah, these parking lot comments I can add are one of the most important outcomes of these meetings too. They add a lot of shape and nuance and depth to these discussions. So yeah, don't consider that as something being lost. It's just maybe out of the scope if it's going in there.
And again, these are just this first iteration of trying to get these objectives written out. And as we move on to next steps of this process today and in the next couple days of our meeting in March, then we can revisit this as much as we need to make sure that everything is captured here to help us arrive at a good decision to recommend to FWP. We feel that this captures the things we care about and what we're trying to ideally accomplish with the group's charge with these items under the top part of this list.
I think number 1 and number 6 are very similar. Unless we want to delineate number 6 a little bit more. I guess it's number 7.
So one thing that we sometimes do when we have similar sounding objectives is to put them as sub-objectives under something like, I think someone said this earlier, minimize negative effects on the ungulate population or something along those lines. And then under that is including predation and then recruitment effects. So they're not making them any less important, but they're just helping us see that they're somewhat related and they go under a similar theme.
I think
Right,
number
I think the
7.
focus on number 7 was similar to the Central Montana study and assist in calf recruitment in struggling elk populations. That was the focus or the objective of the study. Then it flowed well into what we are trying to do, I think, also.
I think number 7 would make a good sub-objective under number 1.
I like Sarah's idea to make the two sub-objectives, one under a more general objective to minimize negative effects or negative impacts on ungulates. Yeah, I like that.
Well, I'd like to make an motion to accept as is.
Anyone willing to second that?
Yeah, I'll second.
You
All
need to
right,
say
does
further
anybody need more
discussion.
time? Sorry, go ahead, Terry.
You need to say further discussion on Robert's Rule of Orders.
I don't know the Robert's Rules of Order, so anybody object to?
I just have one thing to say. Are we sure we want to start off with the mountain lion deal? With right off the bat, the number one thing in our objective is saying minimize negative impacts on ungulates. And then the second sentence down there, we put reduced lion populations. Are we sure that's what we want to say right off the bat?
Is that going to be part of the next step, is ordering it by priority?
That's a good question.
We get into that at a later step as needed. There is a time for that if we need to put weights on these different things, because yeah, this is in no particular order, and we can rearrange it if you like, just to some feeling of this isn't quite capturing it. But yeah, these aren't in order by any stretch. One question I have for you is this maintain lion hunter opportunity and maximize satisfaction for harvest of lions and recreational lion chasing. Are those two things different from one another? If you maximize the satisfaction of harvest of lions and lion chasing, do you satisfy that lion hunter opportunity component? It's another way of thinking about that.
Well, if anything here, you'd eliminate the harvest of lions because recreational would be the next one. I'm just saying, because maintain lion hunter opportunity and harvest of lions, the same thing, in my opinion.
So if we remove number 2, but just kept number 5, would that change anything for anybody? We kept 5A and 5B.
Might be worth rewording the number 5 going in. Maybe putting maintain lion hunter up. Well, no, it doesn't really work for the recreation. Maximize the satisfaction might just need to be reworded.
How about maximize hunter / houndsman satisfaction? Because that's what we're talking about.
Or maximize opportunity.
If you leave it too vague, then it begs the question, maximize for who? And there you're just specifying who it's for, because that's what it is.
Yeah, I was just working more towards, is it satisfaction or opportunity? And it might just be the same either way.
Well, if you're talking about harvesting lions, it's more than opportunity. It's actually the accomplishment. Opportunity would be B, I guess, as I would look at it. It's more than opportunity. It's actually doing it. Anyway, I'd get rid of number 2 because it is redundant with number 5.
I'd almost think about combining number 2 and A of number 5, because, you know, just because there's more opportunity doesn't always mean on a bad snow year, that equates to harvest of lions. So, you know, we want to maximize the harvest of lions, but we also want to maximize opportunity.
How do we feel about that idea? We could also add a third item here. The first one being maintain lion hunter opportunity, then harvest opportunity, basically.
Yeah, you might be able to include it right in there with it.
You know, I think you could do that if you replace satisfaction with opportunity.
I like that.
I think there's a discussion to be made for quality and satisfaction of your hunt and your opportunity to hunt. They can be two different things. There's often times where there's like, for example, I hunt some areas where there's a quota of 2 lions per year per person, but it's a terrible experience in some of those areas. So there's tons of opportunity, but satisfaction is very poor. So I think they can be looked at as different. I'm not saying we need to word it that way, but there is that component.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna try this, revert that to satisfaction, and then lion hunter opportunity. Hunter opportunity here. And that's one area you want satisfaction in. Then you also want satisfaction in the ability to harvest lions. Am I getting this right? And then also for non-harvest opportunity. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
In which case we would remove this one. How do y'all feel about that?
I'm okay with it.
So one question that I'm going to propose, and hopefully I'm not opening up a huge can of worms here, but is that it's constructed right now, and it reflects this group well, but we've primarily got objectives that center on hunting, whether that's of lion or ungulates. And I'd say number 2, maintain healthy population of lions as part of the ecosystem. It's kind of the one that goes outside of that a little bit. So just bearing in mind that this is going to be viewed by the public, and there will be public discussion about this. Just want to put out there whether anyone wants to consider other non-hunting related objectives that we want to have included in this list. That's not pushing you to do it, but I'm just asking the question. If anything's missing along those lines. Could just be the opportunity to see a lion as a recreator, or something else.
I can see why you'd want to do that, but you know, there isn't a lot of photographic opportunity for taking pictures of lions unless you're chasing them with hounds. And unlike driving around and photographing wolves in Yellowstone Park or something like that. So I don't know how. I don't know how you'd manage lions for non-consumptive opportunity other than the chase.
I believe that user group just hasn't a desire to know that they're out there, as they're doing just for them, having the peace of mind, knowing that those lions are out there doing what lions do is really the satisfying component in that, because like Benny said, there's not a lot of opportunity to be involved in that species otherwise.
Does number 2 touch on a little bit of that too?
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to suggest number 2 and phrase it that way, is because it's kind of a nod to the non-consumptive user, other than the chaser, the person who's chasing lions and photographing them. They're of course a non-consumptive user too, but yeah, it's kind of a nod to them. I sure agree with that statement about just knowing that they're out there, kind of like grizzly bears, how many people see one, but just knowing that they're there is satisfying to a lot of people.
Thank you guys for addressing my ignorance on that one. That sounds great. I see Neil has his hand raised.
Yeah, I just wondering if it would be online for me to just ask a group a question. I see a lot of the objectives are directly towards lion hunting and maintaining lion populations, with a little bit of what they might be doing in terms of impacting ungulate populations. Is there a need to address public or elk, deer, sheep, ungulate hunting satisfaction? Just want to make sure that was discussed maybe before you move on.
Neil.
I'm not opposed to adding that bullet, maybe after number 4, and cut and paste and change the wording to support the ungulate hunters, if that's the direction maybe to go on that.
Well, you have that in 1B. Isn't that doing what you're talking about?
1B is more on the sort of like maintaining that healthy lion population, maintain a healthy ungulate population. But number 4 focuses on the hunter of the lion. Maybe add one underneath of it that focuses on the satisfaction of the ungulate hunter: elk, bighorn sheep, mule deer.
Just trying that out based on what you guys are saying.
I think number 5 would be best if it was a sub, like under the recreational lion chasing. That way, because we say maximize hunter houndsman. Well, hunter isn't necessarily a lion hunter. That could just be a regular deer or elk hunter too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think it's good the way you've got it there with its own objective, because objective 1 inherently should lead to objective 5, but I think specifically spelling it out like that's probably appropriate given all the demand, surrounding that issue.
I'm not sure. If you maximize ungulate hunter satisfaction, we've been talking about this for 2 days, making sure that it was balanced. But if you maximize ungulate hunter, I know a lot of those guys would just soon see all the lions dead. So where do we go from? We can't maximize their, I don't know if that's the right word.
Well, I don't know if we can maximize lion hunting and houndsman without trying to maximize ungulate. Yeah, I know we can't have both, but I guess we need to try to make it look like there's some equity here.
What
Yeah,
if we
those-
use the word balance instead of maximize?
Well, I think Sarah may be about to say this, so I'm gonna let her go, and if not, I'll jump in.
Exactly. I was going to say that too, balance. You could change balance, number 4, balance, lion hunter, houndsman satisfaction, and ungulate hunter satisfaction.
So I would say that you can leave both of these as maximized if you like, because when we get to the decision analysis phase of this, we are going to be balancing these things really, because they are things that are difficult to accomplish at the same time. And that'll take some trade-offs among these two different competing things, right? So either way, it's fine. If you want to change it now, that's fine too. But it does get at, like, in an ideal situation, we would maximize the satisfaction of both these different user groups.
I think this gives us the opportunity to look at all these different factors, weigh them and assign a value to them. And I think that's the intention of the objectives, right?
Mhm.
Right,
So I
yes,
think
the
that
balancing
does
will-
that.
Okay, so we've made some changes now, but does anyone feel like we're there and want to support moving forward? Or do folks want a little more time to review these and think about it?
So do we need a new move?
I think we do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I move that we pass it the way it is for today.
Exactly. Yeah, we can revisit this.
I second that.
I'll third that.
Anybody
Aye.
object to that? Okay, well, let's call that good for the draft. I think it's a great looking list, and now we get to move to the next exciting part of the day, where what we're going to do now is do a quick survey with all of you about numbers, increases, decreases, percentage change. And we're going to do that one-on-one in the breakout rooms. So I'll shuttle everyone off to their appropriate room. We only have 5 of us to do that, so we're going to do it in 2 waves. So if you're not invited to a breakout room just yet, just sit tight and we'll get you in the next round. But if you are invited to a breakout room, just join it and we'll run through the survey with you. And what we're going to get is some numbers, so we can put those up, plot them on a graph, see where different people's mindset is at about percentage changes, increases, decreases, and start thinking about what that looks like. So does anyone have any questions before we jump right into starting this survey process?
Are we speaking to the entirety of the ecoregion as a generalization, or, I mean, I think it's important that we recognize.
Yep, so this will be for
we are looking at
ecoregion level. Yeah, thanks for that clarification, but that's right, ecoregion. Okay, so the first round is going to be Benny, Casey, Cody, Grover, and Jason. So I'll open the rooms if you guys can join, and the rest of the folks can just sit tight for now. We'll start.
I guess he didn't say how long it was going to be.
All right. Does anybody, well, actually, I'll wait for everyone to finish up and then we'll go again.
Alex, Grover and I got through that pretty quickly, but I left the room, but he didn't. You may need to.
Did you? I just broadcasted a message to instruct people on how to do that. But maybe I'll pop over to Grover's room and let him know.
Okay.
Justin, are you ready for another round?
Yes.
Okay. I'll send you over there with Terry. Are you ready? Actually,
Yes.
You know what? I'm not allowed to. Oh, actually, yes, I can. There we go. Okay, room 9. Trying to figure out how to send you back there, Justin. We have to move you to a different room and then back again. Justin, are you seeing the invite for room 9?
No, I went to room 8, but then I came right back.
Huh, okay. Give me a second, let me figure it out here. All right, I'm going to move you back to room 8 and then try to get you into room 9. Give me one sec. Timothy, have you gone yet?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm going to send you in with Sarah.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Brian, are you ready for another?
Hey, I
Yeah.
am, but one thing I think I may have done, and I'm not sure how many others have done the same thing, but when I hit leave room, the next option I had was leave meeting, and I hit leave meeting.
Oh,
And so
yeah.
I booted myself off. I'm not sure. Benny was okay. I see Benny's here, so there's a reasonable chance that he was smarter than I was.
Yeah, I think we're okay. So I'm going to send you back to that room if you're okay with that. And Wally,
It
have
was
you gone yet?
No.
Okay, I'm going to send you guys in and get started there.
all righty.
Thanks. So who here has yet to go? Just Casey?
I gotta go too.
Have you gone yet, Casey?
Yeah, I did. I went
You did.
already. So
Okay. Figure out who's left. Grover, you went. Josh went. Benny went.
I haven't gone yet.
You haven't gone yet. Okay. Here,
Nope.
you and I will go into the last one here.
Hey, Cody, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. How's the trapping season going? I'm betting the snow is not helping you out at all.
Yeah, right. That's been kind of interesting. I've watched a bunch of the hardcore trappers that are doing it on their own. They're all pulling their traps with this new snowstorm coming in. So
Are they? I would bet. I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
it's just an inch or something.
well, what was challenging was going from region 2 and then trying to pull all the traps and switch back over to region 1 once that opened up.
Oh,
And what's interesting, and maybe you have an idea of this, knowing what those predators do when you have that real light, fluffy snow base, it seems like where we're finding some of our biggest mountain lions is also where our wolves are. They're way up high and with troughs of snow that they're walking in.
really?
Kind of interesting how you don't see as many wolf tracks when the snow gets this deep. They just don't cover the ground that they normally do, it looks like. But
Yeah, it's probably a little harder. It takes more energy to get around, I'm betting. So they just probably hunker
Yeah.
down and wait the
but
storm out.
I'm really interested in, and I've seen it year after year, a lot of those predators that really know what they're doing move high in this type of snow condition. And usually you'd think it would be that later season when the snow gets kind of hard and they can walk on top of it. But right now, there's still a fair bit of game way up high, and those adult carnivores seem to be targeting those animals. Like, and you're thinking, why would you go hunt up here? But it's probably pretty easy for them to kill.
Yeah.
That type
Yeah, I
of
think,
stuff.
the deep snow affects what they're going after too. And I think they're pretty good at getting through that stuff. A lot
Yeah.
of times if you look at them, they're a little lighter on their, in terms
Yeah.
of weight and bigger feet. Maybe
Even
don't, maybe,
a mountain lion compared to a hound, even in this deep snow, it's pretty impressive to watch a cat's like splay out, and he's only sinking in 6 inches where my dog's up to his neck,
right,
So,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of wondering too, at the start of the season, we just hadn't had a whole lot of harvest down in your neck of the woods, and wondering if
Yeah.
the conditions have been just
Oh,
probably not
yeah.
ideal.
It's brutal for the trappers. That
Yeah.
one of our clients had a great idea. He told one of my trappers, he's like, you need to get a leaf blower. He ordered one, which is a great idea because you're always trying to uncover your trap
Right.
with snow on it. So I thought that was kind of a great idea. But
Yeah.
anyhow.
Yeah. It's amazing how much, a little bit of imagination, which you can come up with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Huh. It looks like we might be getting close to being ready again, but yeah, I gotta go to Libby tonight. So,
Oh, you guys have a brutal schedule this week.
it's been awful.
Yeah, Eureka to top it off at the end. It's like,
Well, we went to Eureka.
Oh, that was Monday. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Monday was the one here. Eureka was Tuesday. Tea Falls yesterday, and then Libby tonight.
Libby tonight. Oh man,
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
Neil. Hey, Neil, I'll be seeing you tonight in Libby. Is there any really difficult questions I should ask you?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you don't probably need any help thinking those up. No, it'll be good to see you there.
Yeah, likewise. Yep.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to leave here pretty quick just to make sure we can get up there, but cool.
Yeah, it's snowing pretty good here right now. So
Is it?
Yeah.
How are the roads? I imagine
They're
not
okay.
great.
Yeah, no, they'll be pretty good. I don't know. You got that weird little microclimate between Kalispell and Libby, like
Yeah.
halfway around
Yeah.
Thompson Lakes. You never know what it's going to be like right there.
Yeah, sometimes I think McGregor Lake is big enough that you get some pretty slippery roads right there.
Yeah, that too.
Huh.
Yeah, be careful.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we'll be seeing you tonight.
Okay, folks, so we've got one interview or survey rather that's just wrapping up right now. And Sarah is hard at work putting all of your tables all onto one graph. So we'll see what that looks like. But I just wanted to open it up for discussion. If there were questions that came up having gone through that survey process, or concerns or other comments you'd like to make, we can chat about those now while the last survey is finishing, while Sarah's putting this together. So yeah, Terry, go ahead.
I have a question. I mean, we're not abandoning the way things are now, right? I mean, each region 109 has its own quota, 110 has its own quota.
I can't really speak to that. I'll pass it to folks from FWP if they're here and able to answer that question.
Okay.
I don't know if Justin or Neil, are you guys around right now?
I'm here. If Neil's here, he can speak with certainty, but I don't think there's any plans to change that system, Terry. I think it was Terry that asked that question.
Well, the reason I asked the question is because you asked about the whole ecosystem. That was the reason I asked the question.
Yeah, right.
So,
No, I think the plan is to still maintain the lion management units within that.
okay.
Other thoughts or questions from going through this process?
Brian, were you here for that question or did you just come back?
We just came back.
Okay. So Terry asked if we're moving away from smaller lion management units or quotas specific to LMU, which I think we were.
Yeah, I think the ones that I've seen so far through this, the eco-regional planning, we're still, at least, especially up in the Northwest, we're maintaining most of the lion management units primarily in their same form. Of course, the commission has yet to act on it finally, but throughout the rest of part of the state, we're seeing some minor adjustments, but we're really not changing the size of the lion management units much.
Good to know.
So Brian, I think Sarah needs your tables if you haven't sent them to her yet. And Molly, the same goes for you. If you could send Sarah the table that you filled out, that would be great. Just by email.
You bet.
Was there a second? Oh, sorry. Can you see me?
I can see you and I can hear
Second
you.
interview that I needed to do or no?
Nope, you're all good. So if you can
Thanks.
just send that one table over, Sarah, that's perfect.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah. So I know one of the questions, and maybe I can pose this to Brian, Justin, and Neil as well. One of the questions that came up that I think is maybe at a lot of people's heart in this issue is, what will these different percentage changes do to the mountain lion population? Do we have an understanding of that? Is that something the modeling that you guys are going to do is going to give feedback on? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Certainly, and Justin's probably as good a person to talk about it as any. Justin, why don't you go ahead and talk about how we would use the models to kind of look at what that would look like.
Yeah, so what we're hoping to get out of this is some kind of unified or consensus on what kind of change we would want to see, like all of you as a whole. Can we put it together and come up with sort of a compromise or consensus target? And if not, if there's more than one, then we can work with that too. If some people would like a decline and some people would like an increase or stability, we can work with that too. So then we can use the population model to calculate what would the harvest need to be to achieve that target. And of course, there's still, this is all at the ecoregional level. So I kind of explained this earlier today, but that's where we're heading. If we can take your responses, put them together into some sort of consensus target, then we can work with the region and Neil to show you, okay, what would the total harvest need to be? And what ways of sort of distributing that among the LMUs to achieve the other objectives that you just finished lining out right before we did that exercise. So there's more than one way to skin a cat. So we're going to do that work and come back to you with options and predictions for your next meeting in March, so that you all can continue your deliberations with just some quantitative numbers on how much harvest would it take to get there, and what are your options for sort of spreading that out among the LMUs within the ecoregion. Does that make sense? Did I answer the right question?
Yeah, that made sense to me.
Came up during this survey process that folks want to ask or talk about while we're here? I can give a preview of the rest of the day. We've, once Sarah has put your answers together, we'll be able to look at those, and I think that will provoke a lot of discussion. We have a little bit of time now for that. We need to take a short break at 3:15 so that we can all switch over to the other Zoom link for the public comment period. I know that's kind of a pain, but that's the setup we're stuck with here on the life of Zoom. And then we'll have public comments, depending on how long that takes. We may go as late as 4:30, have time after that, or if that finishes quickly, we'll have a lot more time for discussion about these numbers. So yeah, just as soon as Sarah has those numbers, we can talk about that. But until then, we have a little bit of open time now just to chat about whatever, or comment on whatever has come up, or ask any questions that are on your mind until Sarah has this data put together for us. So thank you to Sarah, because she's doing hard work right now behind the scenes.
Really close, just so you guys know.
Okay, Neil has to take off to Libby for a meeting. Appreciate you being here, Neil. Thanks for the good encouragement.
Yep, thanks, everybody. You guys are doing a great job.
So Alex, just so to give Pat a heads up, and when do you anticipate us taking a break?
Well, the public comment starts at 3:30, so it was my understanding that we needed to break around 3:15 to give Pat time and to give all of us time to switch over. Is that correct, Brian?
I think that'll work. I just wanted to, so if we're basically going to break in about 25 minutes, come back for 15 minutes, and then try to be on for 3:30. I'll give him the heads up on that.
Thanks, Brian.
What will that entail, Alex, to switch over?
So you should have gotten a link this morning from Pat Luchetti. Hopefully everyone got that email. And it's just a matter of me ending this meeting and you clicking on the Zoom link you got from Pat. And it should be as simple as that. So I know it never is, but that's the idea.
So it'll be a different link than what we clicked on earlier.
Yeah, and I would send it again right now, but everyone has their own individual link that came from Pat. So
Okay.
use that and follow that. And
And-
Brian, is there a password that they need to be aware of or anything like that? Or if they click the link, they're good?
Nope, all they should have to do is click on that other link and they should work almost identical to what you had this morning. It's just a different link and it's specific to you.
Okay.
It's not something you can forward to somebody else.
Specific to my email, I can't forward it and then click on it.
That's correct.
Okay. And what time will this take place at? 3:30?
3:30, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll take a
just,
little break at 3:15 to give everyone a chance to switch over.
Okay.
Hey, Alex, will we be reviewing public comments already submitted, or will it be taking place literally this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's happening live at 3:30.
Who did you say the email came from?
Pat Luchetti or Luchetti.
LUCC, yeah, LUCCHETTI, and it came out this morning.
Sarah, are you here to
Yes.
show us the numbers? That's great. I'm excited.
Yeah,
to see
so this graph is going to be super busy, so we can turn different info on and off. But so at first glance, going to show you everyone's responses and different lines. Should be up now. Is it visible? Let me just make a little adjustment here. So this is the results of your satisfaction surveys. This is the percent change of the population. Everything green and upwards is an increase to the population. And then over on this side is the decrease in the more reddish area. And our satisfaction is 1 through 5, again, as you'll recall, with very dissatisfied at 1, 5, very satisfied. And each of these lines is one of your responses. So yeah, it's hard to tell that there is some area of overlap here, and that we see some responses we'd like to see an increase in the population, and other folks want to see a decrease. And there's people who are okay with something in that either decrease or increase range. And if it would help, we can switch these on and off at different numbers of them, so we can look at them individually, or however you think it would be most helpful to be able to look at this.
I don't know if you can tell this yet, but is there any number in there that everyone had a score of a 3 or above on, just out of curiosity?
That is hard to look at that.
Okay, I didn't know if you had the tools to tell that, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess along those same lines, Alex, the figure, if there's a way to sort of rescale it to the x-axis is on 3, because I think that's what you're getting at, Alex, is that everything above 3 is good and everything below 3 makes people dissatisfied. So it kind of looks like do you know what I mean, Sarah? It's a little confusing to look at.
Let me remember where that is.
So maybe along those lines, yeah, I probably shouldn't have jumped in there, but let's first take questions. Do people understand what they're seeing here? Would it help for Sarah to explain it in a little more detail? What do you guys think when you see this?
So I just adjusted it, so we cut it off at 3. I'm gonna turn all these off and then go one at a time, so we can see a little bit more of what our responses are. Perhaps maybe that'll help us. And yeah, feel free to ask questions or make comments as we go through these. You don't necessarily need to talk about whose is whose unless you you want to talk about, if you recognize some of thing that looks like yours, or we can talk about who's this is if you think that's important, but
What's the dots represent?
those are just
When
the
yours
different like points. So this is 0, -5%, -10%. So those are declines. So
Mhm.
we have a response at like 0, 5, 10, and so on.
Okay, okay.
So does everyone understand what they're seeing in this graph? Maybe Sarah, you can kind of explain with just this one
Yeah.
example pulled up what's happening here.
So this person responded that they'd be most satisfied anywhere from about a 10% decline up to about a 25% increase in the population. If we go anything above or more than a 10% decline, then their answer becomes, I'm only satisfied with that. If it's at a 15% decline, and then once we get to a 20% decline, then we're not satisfied any longer. And then on this side, after a 25% increase, we are satisfied up to a 55% increase, and then we're free, so neutral at 60% increase, and then same for 65%, and then we see it disappear because we're not happy anymore beyond that level. Does that make sense? You can look at a different one here. So in this scenario, this person would like to see the population decline. Ideally, I don't know why that just switched down there. Let me go back here. I'll turn on the other one just so it maintains the right format here. So if you're looking at the blue line, our second respondent was that we want to see ideally a 25% up to a 40% decline is where this person is most satisfied. Once you get to a 45% or 50% decline, they're satisfied still. At a 55% decline, neutral, and anything above 55% decline is not satisfied or worse. On this side of this, you can see that they would be satisfied at 25% decline, and then anything less than a 25% decline, not satisfied.
So this actually already answers the question that I asked about whether there's any point where everyone overlaps at a 3 or above. But we can see even with just these two, there's no overlap with 3 and above. So we already know that there's no complete consensus here in terms of neutral and above.
Yeah, we can turn on the third one and see that this person has a narrow range. It's still in decline, but there's some agreement they have between both the other two respondents. And then if we add the fourth respondent, we can see that they have more in common with our orange person in number 1 here. So they're okay with some amount of decline, and they'd also like to see it increase, ideally. Number 5 is kind of in between both number 1 and 4. So narrow range, right? But similar. So we have 3 people that have a little bit more similarity and 2 that have a little bit more similarity, I'd say, based on just these 5. Here's number 6, more in common with our 2 on the decline side of the equation. Number 7 has a lot more in common with the increase. So I think that we're seeing kind of a little bit of a, probably 2 humps overall if we were to combine these. Another one in common more with the stable or slight increase. Same thing again. And then that one is the brown there. That's got a little bit more in common with these guys on kind of the upper level. So that helped to build it up like that. We can kind of see that there is quite a bit of agreement among people, but there's kind of a little bit of two schools of thought, I think, based on what I'm interpreting from this. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I agree. It appears that we've got one group that's kind of centered around 0, comfortable with a little bit of decrease or a little bit of increase, and another group that's centered around 30% or 25% decrease and doesn't want to see any increase at all. That's what I'm seeing in the data, but it's not for me to say. So I'd love to hear from our committee members about what you guys are thinking.
Hey, Sarah.
Mhm.
Is there?
Good afternoon. How can I help?
Sorry, Siri came on. Is there a way to flush all those out and just have an average of what everybody, where the satisfaction between all of that
Yes.
in there?
I don't think there is, because some individuals only voted for a 5 once and other individuals voted for a 5 several times. So it'd be weighted towards that individual that voted several times.
Yeah, we'd have to think about those kinds of implications. I mean, if you want to see that graph, I can turn this off for a minute and work on that while you guys talk about other thoughts on this, and we can see what it looks like. But yeah,
I just didn't know if there was a way just to come up with an average of what everybody said. So,
Like averaging everybody's individual
Yeah,
average.
see where we're at.
what Tim said made sense, though. If it does, if somebody adding more 5s would construe it differently, then I don't know if you can formulate that, Sarah, if you can figure that out.
I'd have to think about that some more.
That's what I'm saying, is everyone had an individual average, then it would only be weighted once per person. That might work.
Well, it's kind of fascinating to me that they definitely got a diverse group of people.
Do you guys think this is consistent with your experience, that there are kind of two schools of thought out there around mountain lions? I feel like this is representative of what you see in the work and recreation that all of you do?
I would say yes. I think that if you all do more, or if there's probably some other extremes there as well that aren't being voiced. Probably a fairly moderate table here.
I'm going to try building that average graph here, so don't mind me while I work on that.
We can
This
definitely.
graph is kind of what I figured it'd be, because it depends on your interests and your experience in mountain lions and where you think the ungulate population is. It looks to me like everybody's pretty much in the center.
So Justin, I want to call on you again. You mentioned earlier, if we saw something like this, where there was maybe a peak around the center and a peak around decreasing 25%, that was something that you guys could work with. Does this sort of add up to you? What are you seeing here, and what does it mean for your next steps?
Yeah, I guess work with it, but so if we're gonna have two peaks like this, sort of two schools of thought around stability versus a 25% or so decline, whatever the other peak is, then what we'll come back with is like what the harvest would need to be to achieve either one of those things. You know what I mean? So it's not going to make the committee's work any easier, but we can show people what the harvest would need to be to, at the eco-regional scale, what it would need to be to achieve either one of those things. So committee still will have to hash that out. But, you know, maybe if Sarah's calculating the mean at each increment change here, so we should get sort of an average group graph. And if everybody can live with that, we could, if you want us to, we could just work with that group average, or we could work with show you what it would take to, what kind of harvest it would take to achieve the group average, what kind of harvest it would take to achieve stability, or what kind of harvest it would take to achieve a 25%-ish decline. So yeah, we can work with it.
Seems like it gives us a good charge for the rest of the day, which is coming up with a few targets that this group can agree to having FWP model. What do the committee members think about that as a goal for the rest of the day?
It would be interesting for me to see, I feel like most every one of us here is either a houndsman or we love mountain lion hunting in some shape or form. It'd be interesting to me to see if you had individuals that were livestock main players or just sportsmen, and where do those different voices, what's their percentages of voices heard, right? I would assume that sportsmen have the elk and deer hunters probably have the most people that we're reflecting. Then it'd be livestock, then it would probably be houndsmen. But ultimately that's just something I think we should at least consider as well. So
I would say to Cody's point that, yeah, this committee, we might be a little overrepresentative of lion hunting and houndsmen. He's right. We all place value on that. So if you sent this survey out to a random group of sportsmen, it's probably going to look a lot different than this.
That's a great point, because this data is just a way for us to get started thinking. You don't have to, it's not meant to be a chain for you that restricts the way you can think. So you can use it to think of some targets that you'd like to set or you'd like to see modeled. But if you want to think beyond this and try to think about what other groups would want to see or what the extremes might be, that's okay too. So this is just here to help you think about what would be most useful for FWP to put together for you to make this decision in the end. Okay, here's the average. Wow. So I'll give Sarah a round of applause for doing this amazing graphical work for us. Bravo, Sarah.
good job, Sarah.
I think that's kind of funny in the sense that the value of 4 represented satisfied. So if we use the group mean value, we can almost make somebody satisfied, but not quite.
Sounds like a sign of a good compromise, Justin. Everyone's just a little bit unhappy.
I think it also shows that you got a group of people that understand that the best way that the Fish and Game has to manage all their animals is through hunting. One of the best, if not the best method they have. And we understand that. That, you know, I've always tell everybody to ask me about mountain lion hunting, especially non-hunters, that the Fish and Game does a good job of managing them, and that they have to be managed because they breed like house cats if you're not. So.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially when you start talking like wild burrow populations and trying to manage those populations. It's not as much of a sportsman's event, and most people don't want to go into detail about how to euthanize a large herd to get it down to a right size.
Hey, Sarah, could you put the x-axis on 3 again? So we can see sort of the range of the satisfaction zone. So it's 15% decline to 10% increase.
Is there anyone where, let's say we looked at this and we said, okay, this is kind of what the group is coming up with, 15% decline up to 15% increase. Is there anyone where this range falls entirely outside of what they said they'd be satisfied with? I think there was 1 or 2 that were more on the decreasing side that might have had their whole curves cut off if we used this range. Does anyone feel that way and want to speak about that?
Pretty close.
Folks, we are kind of approaching the time where we're going to need to jump off and change Zoom links. So why don't we, yeah, I agree, Sarah. So why don't we go ahead and take a break now and switch over to the other Zoom link. The public comment will start at 3:30. I know this was a lot to digest, so this will give you a little bit of time to digest that. And then we can return to this, and at the end of the day, try to come up with a couple different targets or a range of targets that that this committee would like to see FWP take some action on. How does that sound to folks? Does anyone need a refresher on how to get the other Zoom link? Should just be in your email from this morning.
Now you can't bring it from one computer to another because it was sent to my computer, and I'm on a friend's computer here. And the way he told me I could do it is just click on that link and then send it to this computer, and then I can get on. But it seems like what Brian said or something, you can't do that.
It's hopefully you can get on there. If not, there will be a link that that will be on the public comment period. When people get on the public comment, you can just get onto the web page and get on there. We can pull you up that way. But try the link that Pat provided, and see if you can't get on there.
So here's the deal. If you go out to zoom.us, you take the information, the meeting ID. So say you want to join a meeting, take the meeting ID information. You're going to type the 12-digit number into the meeting ID, and then you'll put and then it'll ask for the passcode. And then use whatever the computer that you're on, use that same name or a name that somebody can recognize. Like Brian was saying, we can then promote you from somebody that looks like the general public that wants to make comments, we can promote you to a panelist at that point. But you cannot dial from a phone. We cannot, if you're going to dial into the webinar from a phone only, just using voice, we cannot promote you. You actually need to be on a computer or using the OS of the phone that you're on.
So I'm going to be on a computer. It's just that my computer didn't have sound, and so I got a laptop from somebody else, and so before I could just get the email you sent me, and then send it to this laptop, and then click on the link, and we could join, and I can join, but from what I just heard, you can't do that for this.
Oh yeah,
this
you can.
one?
Yes, you can. I didn't know that you can access your email on this computer. Then yes, you can do that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to give it a shot. If you
I'm
don't
just
see
giving
me,
you an alternate. If the link doesn't work for whatever reason, you can also use the instructions to which I just gave also.
okay. All right,
What
I'm going
was
to give it a
that?
shot.
Do you have that 12-digit number, Pat, just in case? I've got the password from my email, but I didn't see the 12-digit number. I'm sort of in the
It's
same
just
boat as
above.
Dave.
So if you go to in that email, there's just above where it says passcode, there it should say meeting ID or webinar ID.
This one, I don't see that. The other one I did. It says click here to join. Note this link should not be shared with others. It's unique to you. And then it just says passcode.
Okay.
I'll try. Yeah.
So here you go. So inside of that link that's there's an 8634. It says http://mt-gov.zoom.us, and then there's a dash inside of that, and then it says 863436.
Yeah, I see it now, Pat. Thank
That
you.
that's the meeting ID for the meeting. And
Okay.
underneath where it says webinar, it'll say or join by phone, and it says webinar ID 4363, and then it's the passcode above it. I mean, if you would like, I'll read it off to you. It's fine.
Yeah, I've got it. Thanks, Pat. I'm gonna try
Okay.
it now.
Okay. So as soon as I'm finished with this, I'm going to start that right back up. I got to kill the Alex. If you want to make me host again, I am going to kill the feed. And then, because I need to kill this feed before I can start the feed to the webinar.
Okay. Yeah, let me do that. Okay, you should be the host now, Pat.
Yep. All righty.
Okay.
Thanks, Pat.